There's no
5.
five. Means for live. Welcome back to the lovely Legacy campaign. We are running mad late. I blame the Foos entirely. Other than that, um, hi Foos. What was I gonna say? I forgot. I'm gonna introduce my revelry cast of victims tonight. He's gone, so I'm gonna go with let's go with Double Lubigus, man.
He has to put his mic back on.
Hello, I am the Dubs, other than Nubs, husband of the Foos, dead man, sitting. Anyway, I played the Karasu Kenku Battle Master fighter dude samurai character, and he's pretty crazy sometimes. I don't know. Spitfire waifus.
Hello, I'm Foos. I'm playing Revia tonight. She is keeping Ranger Barbarian. And shit's on fire. And I don't know, maybe Velatinis are fucked. It's a thing. We're running around and the dragon's gone, but shit's still fucked. So, Darkest campaign, here he is. I'm gonna pass it off to Kit.
Hello. Call me Kit. I am also known as Kitendo and Kit Katonic, and might have tried kittens for a minute there. I like kibbles and bits as well. That one's fun. I play this dude right here. His name is Quinn. He is some kind of paladin. Right now, I don't know what the fuck he is, because shit happened about 2 weeks ago with the Lenko lady. So we'll see how that goes. Don't really know what else to say. You can find me here most times, and on chess.com if you like to play chess. We might come across there. I don't know. Papaya, por favor.
Por favor means please. I learned a language.
See.
Yeah. I took Spanish once in college. I remember that word. If you ask me to remember any other words, I probably won't.
So I hate to tell you that's 2 words actually, but okay.
You see, there you go. Congratulations me. Doubled the learning power, and I didn't even realize it. As you can see, this is a Friday, therefore there will be Dane Bramage abounds. Flandy looks guilty. There's no telling what he did. Yeah, I am Maya. You've probably heard. I also play Euphemi. She's a changeling and a druid, who is also a changeling. This is the Legacy campaign. It usually happens every Friday. I am also found in the Bygone Keep on Wednesdays, and then on Saturdays, Difficult Terrain, and then on Sundays, Power Rangers, because tabletop. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pass it over to Flandy because he looks like he stole something.
I've been here this whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. Hi, I'm Flandy. I'm not important. This guy's Brolem. He does things. He's dramatic and wants to save the world. And thinks that he's the only one who can do it and stuff. Things, blood magic. Woo! You can find me here all the time. Half the time. If it's not a work night. And now Foos disappeared. Haha, I'm calling her out because she disappeared. She's just gone. If we watch long enough, she'll turn into the holy symbol of the circle. Circle with the little tri thingy.
What is happening right now?
If you like our crazy wild energies, you can find most of the crew here on Flandy and Friends playing all sorts of games. Right now we're playing Baldur's Gate 3, and you should come watch me get killed by my own teammates. My teammates have killed me more than the bad guys have. This is true. This is facts.
I haven't hit him once
The
yet.
runner-up is a spiritual weapon, and yeah, friendly
My
fire
poor
is the name.
spiritual weapon keeps getting whacked.
Joe, take it away, Sir. Frames of the seconds.
Yeah, somebody made some decisions that if I had gotten here when I thought I would get here, I would have had time to troubleshoot and realize maybe not the best, but maybe it's a temporary Wi-Fi thing. Stay tuned. We'll learn more as days go by. But in the meantime, I'm Joe, and who am I playing right now? I'm playing Theron. He's a class act. in a world that sorely needs a dose of class, with some people who don't have any to provide. So he's here for that. But things are going great here, and it's wonderful. But when we're not here, we're also here on Wednesdays playing Brannigan for a week or two more before we wrap that up. And then on other days, I'm on other channels because on Sundays it's not Foozca, it's Dispel Logic, but it's still me, and we're still playing Dungeons and Dragons. So you should come check out. But you also have to check out Power Rangers. So try and watch both at the same time and hope it makes sense.
Well
That's
put.
me.
Well said, sir.
You
Thank
were disappeared, so I don't think you went yet, Foos. Or did you go, Foos?
I did.
Then I was working on tech issues and didn't pay enough attention because I'm good at this. That makes it done, and it's
Multitask.
Netter's turn to say things.
I'm honestly was enjoying you, but okay. So my name is Nenners. That's my lovely cast. We're here at the Legacy campaign. It's a bit of an apocalyptic situation right now, kind of getting towards the end. The BBEG went kind of on a revenge rampage after the party um, killed his sons, rightfully so. And that sounds rather vicious, but they were critical and kind of anchoring his spirit, and in doing so, yeah, he kind of lost it for a bit and unleashed what seemed like some kind of pre-planned attack, disabled magic throughout Waterdeep, allowing him to come down in dragon form and unleash all kinds of hell upon the citizenry and the town itself. There's been kind of a sporadic engagement of magic at the moment. It's not exactly stable. The players were successful in luring out Dreygoth from the city in an attempt to fight him in a place where there wouldn't be or minimal collateral damage. It was successful. They were doing not too bad, all things considered, but he abruptly left after stunning the party with a time stop, as if something had changed on his end. That left the party kind of beginning to recoup and make a decision as to what they're kind of going to do. With Theron already made that decision, he is on his way to Waterdeep to assist the citizenry. Everyone except Quinn is up and able to run. Quinn was left on his back, feeling rather, I guess, empty at the moment.
Good word for it.
But we'll come back to Quinn. Quinn, you are lying on your back.
Okay.
Didn't all his muscles explode or something?
Yeah, you feel fucking horrendous. Like there's swelling. It's bad.
Okay.
But I think Quinn, being the tough bastard that he is, I don't think he would focus on that. I think what would hit him probably most is the fact that he can't tap into his connection to his priestess, I guess I will say. It's probably the easiest way of putting it. Finding that kind of inner will that he is able to channel more or less gone. So we will start with you. How would you like to proceed here?
Oh my god. Yeah, so I think if that were happening, he would be incredibly upset. But he would try not to show it. So he would just lay there and kind of like let it wash over him.
Okay. Just to paint the picture, you and your friends are just recouping from a battle. Mm-hmm. There is sounds of fire, screaming, explosions, and death less than a mile away. And the flames are so bright, the light pollution is kind of diluting the sky and preventing you from having a nice view of the stars. But yeah, you're on your back, just kind of sucking it up.
Could he try to see if he can feel anything, like try to reach out, or no?
Yeah, you can look inward if you'd like.
Okay.
Give me so if you're trying to just like reconnect, I would say a D100. If this is more of like a personal soul search, give me a wisdom check.
Okay. I'm gonna roll you the 100 here. Lower is better.
Low Emmy's low.
Finally, okay. I always roll good on these when I want to suck, you know. Okay.
Kitendo,
Yes, sir.
when you lay back and you're just already on your back, so eyes shut, just try to focus on what the connection that you used to have, and you find yourself back in that dreamscape where you had your lovely forest with alien trees and large spiders who are now back. And to your surprise, when you turn around, it's all trees. It is the entirety of this is your familiar landscape.
Mhm.
The only thing that seems to be amiss is in a break in the grove there is a emerald crystal that looks perfectly symmetrical, but it is entirely suspended in webs at the moment, just kind of hovering, probably like a good 5 feet in the air, something that you can easily kind of reach. Um, but outside from that, that is essentially what you see here.
Does he recognize the emerald in any way? What do you know what it is?
You recognize the emerald from Albach Ray's crown. She had
Mhm.
several in it. It seemed to be like her accent, her chosen stone of accent, essentially.
Oh. Okay. Could we try to approach this thing and see what it does if it responds to
Sure,
him?
absolutely. Um, are you gonna grab it, or are you just getting closer to it to inspect it?
He has gotten in trouble with grabbing shit in the past. I think his first instinct would be not to touch it. Just let's see if we can see what it is. Or
Sure.
well, there's spiders around. You could ask them, right?
Yeah, 100%. Give me an animal handling check. It's at advantage because it's kind of all within your own realm.
Okay, one segundo. Where the fuck is my sheet? There it is. Okay. Come on, roll 20. What you doing? Oh man. Okay. Animal handling at the advantage. Okay. I want you guys to know the bonus is 0 here, but okay. Let's see it.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
15.
goddamn. I rolled a motherfucking 1.
It wasn't at disadvantage, so you're good.
Okay.
Walking into this area, and you see the spiders kind of skittering around. One of them kind of gets curious and kind of descends the spidery web that is holding this gem up, and kind of looks at you almost expectantly.
How big is it?
It's probably like a good 4 feet in diameter.
Okay. Hello, little one.
It kind of nods, and accepting your presence.
Do you know what I have to do here?
It takes one of its lead legs and just kind of points towards the gem.
Touch it?
Hold on. I don't know if it's smart enough to know that.
Ooh.
It is. It shakes its head enthusiastically.
So don't touch it.
Oh, so you do touch it?
Huh?
What did you? I missed that.
And so he's talking to the spider. So don't touch it.
He shakes his head and then points both of his legs at it again.
All right. Can I roll some kind of intelligence check to see if I can figure out what the fuck it's trying to tell me?
Yeah, I would say as part of the animal handling, we'll bullshit it to be like, yeah, he's clearly telling you to engage with it. That's the body language you're getting.
Engage with it.
Yes.
But how?
He didn't say not to touch it. I don't know where that came from, but he's pointing towards it.
Okay.
Well, you did say he was shaking his head, so I think, did you mean nodding? Or
Yeah, nodding as in like.
Okay, yeah, because
Yeah,
he
I
was shaking his head, which sounds like no.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, so I can see why he was confused.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that.
Okay. So I think if it's near him, if he could touch it, it'd be like he would like pat it where he could reach me, like thank you, and he would just approach the crystal.
Yep.
He trusts the spiders; they are good.
Spider shakes. You approach the crystal. There is a bit of like energy kind of just ebbing off of it, and there's the texture of it seems to move, which would be obviously unusual for an emerald. But besides that, there's nothing obvious visually.
Okay. Well, let's put our hand on it.
You put your hand on it, and your eyes forcibly close. And so now it's just black, and you hear the voice of Albach Ray come back. Servant. Unfortunately, the only one I had at that time. If you have accessed this, it means I have perished. But you have served me well. And during your decision making and seeing your friends fight the impossible, I had a brief moment to consider my actions. I realize my insistence in regards to your bonds was cruel. And perhaps if things were different, this could have been a more amicable relationship. Time flows strangely in this scape. But I wanted to give you some gifts. I'm not going to lie, I'm not all of a sudden some beneficent, good toting being, but I am driven at least partially by vengeance, and helping you, hopefully, will help kill him. I've arranged for some plans, and you see some of the you see parchments begin to kind of flood into your mind. They are schematics. They look like crystals, large crystals attached with some kind of like almost like lenses that seem to focus light in and out of it. As far as you can tell, this is very crude stuff. It's like somebody handing you, blueprints to like some kind of crazy nuclear reactor, right? You're like, I kind of vaguely know like what goes on, but it's just the interactions are lost upon you, the details at least. I need you to give this to the cultured fellow in your group. He'll know what to do with that.
Okay.
I think he'll find it quite useful in your upcoming battle.
Okay, let me roll a d4 here to see who the hell he's talking about. What she's talking about. Okay, I got it.
Okay. In addition, I understand your pledge of service had severed your previous one. I felt the pain that you went through doing so, and it reminded me of my own. I don't entirely agree with pledging yourself wholly to something on that level. But if you draw strength from it, it's best it's reestablished. As such, I have arranged a time for you to speak directly with Zaktla Twani. She is of a shrewd mind and very protective, but I think I at least opened some kind of door for you there. I fear until that particular situation is rectified, you may find yourself less capable, which I'm sure you cannot afford at this particular time.
Okay, just to cut in for a second. Guys, keep them coming. I want to see this shit. How do you spell this?
Can you say that one more time, Ninners?
No, goddamn. I love Kit because he gives me these amazing backstories, but I can't pronounce shit. It's way too many consonants. It's Zaktla Twani, I think.
Oh, I definitely heard that differently at first.
Yeah.
Kit, how do you pronounce it?
Ush the Latwani.
Yep.
What?
That's not how that works.
Ush the Latwani.
Swoosh!
That's it. That's it right there. You got it.
I love the swoosh.
You got it for sure.
At the end of after basically declaring that I'll let you spell it because it's gonna take too long. But just put that in there.
I had a specific way to spell it. I need to find it in my files. One moment, Interpretor. But yeah, keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, your names have exponents attached to it. I don't want to hear nothing.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, you hear her voice become a bit more strained towards the end of this. The end is coming. I don't think you'll mourn for me, but at least grant me the last gift of vengeance. And with that, the recording, or what is in this particular gem, just ends abruptly, and you are shunted back into the dreamscape that you were previously.
Okay, I think okay, so he's back. So he's back in his mindscape, or what?
He's back in the tree mindscape. Yeah.
Okay. His immediate response would be to go, "Fuck." Okay, he is incredibly screwed right now. Okay.
Welcome back. You all right? Can we help you up?
Hi.
Hi. Oh no.
Oh,
What
no.
happened?
Oh.
Anyone who's near him, with a passive perception above I would say a 12, you notice he has a very large green emerald in his right hand.
Did you go treasure hunting somewhere while also laying here?
What you got there, buddy?
Oh, Raid's last gift.
Last gift? What do you mean last gift?
She's gone.
Oh.
It seems what she did to help us, it was the last thing she ever did.
Huh. Well, that's a way to go out.
No, it's
Yes.
didn't you talk about some shit earlier that like they're bonded and like if anything happens to her on her end because he touched the spear and got the curse and all that bullshit, like it would happen to him too?
To a degree.
Material.
Yeah. So medicine check, I guess. I don't know. Is Kit dying and Quinn dying?
Give me an Arcana check or a medicine check, whichever you prefer.
Can I give you both?
Sure.
Yeah, let's see these bullshit modifiers.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm thinking it'll go.
That's a good roll. Holy shit.
What is that?
There you go.
Take that.
There it is. There's the bullshit. My eye is crying. I'm fine. Okay.
Looking at the medicine check here, you see very much the same thing Euphemi had seen. Lots of like tissue swelling elements that looks like his body has been through like a horrible ordeal. Any other person would be like, look, take a week off and get back to me. But unfortunately, that's not the time schedule. The fact that he's able to kind of ignore this pain is a testament to his fortitude. But you don't see any like premature signs of like death or anything like that. He's not getting like frostbite on his fingers. There's no like poor circulation or irregular breathing or anything that would be like a red flag medically. From an Arcana perspective, you are aware of the ability or of the concept of phylacteries. If that soul was truly destroyed, it may have been an issue. But if the Queen of Schemes is nothing but clever, and that your friend has just popped up with a green gem out of nowhere and didn't die, may have been testament to that.
I think Rolam's going to keep that piece to himself because I feel like he would think that part of her scheme is having Quinn think that she did die.
Okay.
So he's gonna be like, well, it seems she figured out a way to break your bond, I guess.
I guess.
How did that appear there? It wasn't there before.
I needed to check something, and he started like pointing at himself, like like inside, and that's where I found it.
I feel like Roland kind of has like a wave of like thoughts and things hit him, and he's like, oh fuck, oh, shit. He's like, he wants to do some magic, and then remembers that he can't do magic right now, partially because he's exhausted his spell slots. And then he's like, oh wait, the Gelatinis might have magic. Oh shit, we have 2 giant treants heading that way. What? Oh god. So I think he's gonna. He's looking. Does he see the treants moving at all?
Yeah, you would see. Obviously, Theron is probably maybe 200-300 yards outside of the city, but the treants have already climbed over the wall, somewhat inelegantly in the case of Snowfur, as he does not have as long as legs. His build is different, but he did. And there's some claw marks on the on stonework, basically, but they are seemingly assisting as far as you can tell. It's difficult because there's a wall blocking your vision, but they don't seem to be in, like, under duress or anything like that.
Also, I think it might have been forgotten, but Revia is full on running in as well, mostly because of the Gelatini's care. So
okay, so you are tearing off after them. Okay, got it.
Yes.
Now, question: are you going through one of the main gates, or are you gonna ninja the wall? What's the game plan here?
How high is the wall?
I believe the Waterdeep ones are 15. Let me just double check.
Oh, 15? Nah, she's going with zone. They'll jump that. Keep going.
15 yards.
Yards? He can still do that, I believe, actually. Yeah, he can still do that.
Like verticality in yards.
We're doing... Yeah, either way, Zolan can clear that, so that's no problem.
It's 15 yards tall.
Wait, you wait that accent. Don't nice.
Give me just a second. Double check that. I might be.
Yeah, I guess Roland will just kind of like, all right, well, mull that over. Can you walk? We need to get going. Wherever it is, we're going. But it's that way, because that's where Revia went. And Theron. Or you could stay here.
Quinn.
What? No, I think I have to get up. Give me a sec. How are they feeling right now? Like, do I got any like minuses this shit right now?
It's bad. I mean, imagine the worst workout you ever had. Do it twice, and then drink on top of that, and then wake up the next day.
Do it twice.
Yeah, it's everything is on fire. Anytime a muscle is moving, pain. Yeah, it's enough. I think you know your body enough to, like, once you get moving, it'll subside a little bit. But you are not looking forward to tomorrow morning by any means.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So he would get up and just start moving, then doing his best to get up. I mean, anyway.
Yeah, your constitution is high enough to say, like, you could passively tough this out.
Okay.
You're just not having a good time.
All right. So let's follow these guys and start just limping over then.
Okay, so everyone's running on foot outside of Theron, who flew over there to that particular region. Okay, great. Anyone want to do something else other than run? Let me know. Okay, Theron, you, sir, roll me a d20 if you don't mind.
And if I do mind?
If you don't mind, roll it if you do mind as well. Okay. You are flying in. On the cape, which obviously has the kind of like Batman. You're doing the levitate cape thing, right? On the way in, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. Okay.
I specifically went up high enough that I had time to figure some shit out.
Yep. So while flying, you still unfortunately do see some bodies coming down, but the density is way lower. On your way in, though, you feel magic just kind of like hiccup. Essentially, it just drops. The cape is like vaguely functional, so it doesn't send you into a tumble immediately, but it is alarming. And you did mention that you were high enough to not make a difference, but it drops for probably like a good 5 or 6 seconds, just enough to give you like a solid heart attack, and then it comes back, and you feel it re-engage. You also watch the lights in the city kind of flicker at that time, come back. There's, in your professional opinion, it is not stable. It might be returning, but it might not return in the same level of strength or consistency that it was before.
All right. Well, that adds a new thought to all of this. There's ley lines in the vicinity. They're not in the city, right?
Correct.
And the vicinity is probably not like just outside the city.
No. There are
Okay.
individual sources of power in the city that you would know of, although one of them did get blown up. But
Well, what are you gonna do? Well, okay. If there was a ley line close enough to justify, maybe I'd go just like push the primer and pull the cord a few times just to see if I can get this shit to start properly. But
you are back under control at this point. It's just, yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
I will just to be, kind and, communicative in an important time to be communicative through these fancy pants spores, just let people know that magic might be returning, but it is certainly not reliable as of yet.
All right.
And then I'm trying to head for, I didn't have a plan coming back here. I was just like, city, still in trouble, go!
Yep.
Shit. Well, they were talking about Gelatini, and do I know enough about them to know that they're, a reasonable power within the city to be like, they can help consolidate and fix shit?
They're one of the kind of bastions of goodwill in the city. A lot of noble houses are very obviously like power focused or politically charged. They tend to be more on the giving and beneficent side of things, and have they assisted greatly with the attack during the Winter Ball Festival. So they've proven their civics duty very recently.
Well, then we'll make way for them, because that both puts me back in line with my other peoples.
Okay.
And does the thing. Are there still minions of Dreygoth floating about doing shit?
Yes, they are essentially everywhere. Densities differ depending on which area you're flying over, but there's still creatures flitting in and out of the darkness. You've seen skeletons running through. I would say at this point you would have visualized what one of these. God, my brain is not working. What do I name them? Hold on. One of the kind of the ashen, the victims of the breath weapon. You've seen them running around, and they are not fun to behold. Let me see if I can drag one out for you.
They're not fun to behold. Let me help you behold them.
Exactly. Nope. I have too many NPCs. I have way too many NPCs.
What are you talking about? They're like half dead now. How do you still have too many NPCs?
I'm not deleting them.
You killed them all.
But I also have way too many enemies. That's probably my fault. That's definitely my fault. Where did I put them?
Where did he put them?
Where did he put them?
Have you tried looking where you left them?
That's a good call. I should go do that. Thank you.
What about where you write them?
Where do you put them?
What about where you wrong them?
where I wrong.
Well, there you put 'em.
I love my cast is fucking amazing. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
It's a
no.
competition.
I'm always down for
Where
some.
are they?
Where is he?
Why
I
did
found
you say that name?
Bad.
You remember when I brought you in to help at my job when we were taking apart our office because we went full remote, and you were just making caveman sounds in the background because we had to break down the furniture.
Oh yeah.
What did that
And I
sound
was
like?
like-
My professionalism was like devolving. Like
As initially you were like a good civilized husband, and then towards the end it was literally you just like shouting in the other rooms while I heard like your tools going off at the same time.
What did
I was like, "This is the man I married. I'm glad you were able to meet him."
Dubs, what did the caveman noises sound like?
Yep, that's appropriate.
Lots of that.
I can't find it for a moment, but they're basically like flaming skeletons with these kind of whip-like tails and these claws, and it's a sight nonetheless. And they are very quick, and it looks like their touch can also convey the heat of those particular flames. So you've seen that. You've seen guards kind of forming strongholds around well-lit areas that are usually lit either through fire or through like kind of ad hoc torches, as night is kind of freshly fallen here. There's kind of emergency shelters being kind of put up in between certain areas. Churches, there's a couple of churches on the way over that you were also seeing. They're kind of becoming bastions unto themselves, as they have. They're either overwhelmed with a whole bunch of people coming there looking for help, or it's one of those situations where they're just trying to, beat back as many of the things running around the city as they can.
All right. Well, my plan on the way to House Gelatini is, as much as one can do when just flying by, pick out targets that would be the most effective. Like, it's like, oh, that person's about to be overwhelmed. Do a thing. But basically, basically anywhere there's flaming demon skeletons that used to be people, lightning from the hands. Go.
Okay, all right. Give me some attack rolls.
And honestly, as much as it is about maybe we can take out some demon skeletons, it's mostly about calling out to the people of Waterdeep that this fight isn't over. The tide is turning. Dreygoth is. I won't use the word vanquished because that feels like a bridge too far. But Dreygoth has fled, and I'll say that.
Okay.
Because whether or not it's true, that's what it looks like.
All right. So give me some attack rolls, and if you hit, I'll give you advantage on your decree here.
So that would be. How many do you want?
How many can you do in a round? 3?
I can do dose in a round.
2. Okay.
Oh, though, let me roll 2 more because this should probably be a disadvantage because it's going to be long range. So 19s.
19s are their AC, so that all hits. All right, excellent. So shooting some lightning blasts from the darkness as you fly over, almost Batman style, and decreeing to the populace that the fight for Waterdeep continues. Give me a persuasion check at advantage, please, sir.
Well, if I'm Batman, then just out of context and with no explanation, just say, swear to me! And hope they all just figure it out.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you. Okay, yeah, with the 20, you do see some of the guards cheer for you as you go over. Like, there's a little bit of a kind of a rally going around by you. Some other people you notice are still kind of like, all right, that's great. You're flying. I'm still in this shit.
There's a reality to it, but I can't stop. I'm sorry.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. And no matter how rousing, some stuff just doesn't stick to people. But you see, for those who are willing to hear words of encouragement, they do find it heartening.
You know what? Actually, I circle back and talk to the guy whose entire family was turned into demons and look, listen, buddy, you're bringing the mood down. I'm trying to bring some hope back.
Could you stop
guy
being
just, like, with
so
the vibe.
selfish?
Nah.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay, so yeah, with that, you are, I would say, on your way to the Gelatini's. I'll give you, it'll probably be like another 2-3 minutes of like solid flying to get there. It is a decent distance away, and you're with the city. You know, you have to fly a little bit higher, obviously, to make up for the building height, so you don't potentially fall and die during a hiccup. So we'll factor all of that in. But you are on your way. Euphemi, what are you up to?
Finger guns. It's finger guns.
Uh, she's pretty much just making sure she sticks with the others. Like, she's still concerned for Quinn, so she's going in alongside Quinn and Relos, and just kind of surveying the city.
Okay. Um, City is very much on fire. There's people trying to flee through the main gates, as far as you can tell, which is a dicey proposition because there's obviously a lot of traffic going on through there. The potential for a lot of AOE killing is there as well, but the guards that were at those gates are completely overwhelmed. Some of them were pulled away through just wanting to fight these enemies. Others just getting trampled by hordes of people trying to flee uh, Waterdeep at the moment. But outside of that, and the obvious kind of disaster situation that is occurring, there's nothing new to report on that front.
Would it be possible for her to run over and kind of like use her voice to get some order going? Take a little bit of the edge off the knights.
You can try. I will say this is again kind of similar to what Theron is going through. These are people in an absolute panic, right? You would have to be nothing short of a religious figure to really like reach out. But you can touch some of them. The ones who are running are like, that's it. I'm gone. There's, it's one thing to help someone who's actively fighting. There's another who's just like, time to go. You know what I mean?
Is anyone actively fighting?
Not at the gates at the moment, as far as you can tell, because it's just crowds. It's poorly lit by torches and ambient flames, but you can absolutely give them words of encouragement. I'm just letting you know the DC will be a little bit higher.
Actually, maybe not words of encouragement. Maybe I don't think prestidigitation can be used to like make things appear holy. Like there's actually hope. I'll tell you what, can you do me a big favor? I was AFK a lot because my eyes were getting weird and I couldn't really see too good. So I dropped real hard. Can you come back to me? And I'm gonna see what he's gonna try to do to help this crowd.
Can do. Roland, what are you up to?
I was say this kind of works out well because as we start going, seeing that Quinn's like having all this trouble, is magic still like? Are we still feeling some effects of magic? Is it still wavering? Like,
it's there, but it's tenuous. It feels it's the caster equivalent of walking on thin ice.
okay, yeah, he wouldn't waste his time then. He would try ascending to D'Artagnan.
Okay.
I heard that as ascending. I was like, how do you ascend to
Ascend.
Ascend. And then when I was like, huh, and I saw this spell, and I was like,
I
I'm an
also
idiot.
heard
Okay, I got
ascending
it.
to D'Artagnan. I was like, is he on the top of the wall or
I
something?
mean, it's easy. Flanny just did it. Ascending is like 80% pose.
You gotta make sure your feet are like pointing down too. Like you can't have good flat feet. You gotta like.
Yep. All right. If
You're
you're
ascending to your boyfriend.
rolling me a d20 to see if you can ascend to your long last love.
What? How did this turn into love? What just happened?
Well, that's what you told us. Your T-pose floating up
Like that.
to D'Artagnan, right?
That's the
I
flattest
was
of the flats.
210. What's going on? Last time he asked a D20 from Theron, it was Theron.
Oh, yeah,
was
yep.
22.
All right. It is the connection is flaky at best, but you do feel that most of your words will make it through. What are you going to say?
I feel like. Hold on.
I was like, I feel like no. You're good.
It's like me as a teenager trying to count a meter for a poem.
Look, whatever it is,
I'm just
if
waiting
the
for.
connection's flaky, just make sure you make it buttery, because then it's a biscuit, and that's a positive thing.
I'm waiting for the shoes to come off.
Okay. Yeah, that should sort of work out. All right, so
Damn it.
because the connection's going to be wonky and he's not like 100% sure, he's going to say each word twice in case some of them get cut off. So hopefully that he's smart enough for D'Artagnan to get the message.
Back, Van.
That's the solution.
Outside, city. Need, transportation. Can, help, fight,
Can.
baddies.
Okay.
Also, hi.
What the
Also,
fuck?
we do know that the Gelatinis are under attack.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay.
That's
just
why,
making
that's
sure.
why he's saying can help fight baddies.
Oh, I thought you were like, can you step outside and come help us?
Yeah.
No, he's saying he needs transportation to them. It's like if he has like a secret trap door that he can just pull us through. Like,
Cat booty.
Go ahead.
but
In your mind, you hear. Still under attack. Magic is worse for you. Cannot transport. Wards are down. Should be able to teleport in.
fuck.
And the last words you get are, "Have you seen Cecilia?"
We forgot about Cecilia.
No, she left
No, we
earlier.
didn't. She left, and then the city was literally on fire right afterwards.
Oh no. He can't message him back.
Fine.
Can I? No.
Here comes the bullshit. What's up, man? What do you got?
Okay, hold up.
Is there such thing as collect sendings?
Collect.
calls?
So you cast this spell, but you send him the bill?
Oh, that is the TV.
If you would like to receive the following message, please consume 1 3rd-level spell slot.
Oh my god, that's another campaign 2 thing. I gotta have
Oh my god.
collect sending.
To receive the following message from, please answer the phone. Please insert 1 spell slot.
That's amazing. Okay. Unfortunately, no. 1-800-COLLECT is not a thing yet. Perhaps it's something you can pioneer and become rich, but at the moment, not at your
Oh my god.
disposal.
Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea. Join the Mojon Rebellion.
In an instant, as soon as you say join, the very familiar Modron figure of Riggs shows up in front of you, looking a little haggard. He seems to have been like, there's no like obvious injuries, but he's normally very like prim and like well kept. It looks like he got roughed up a bit, like somebody grabbed him by the lapels and shook the shit out of him. It's kind of one of those situations, but.
Brawl's gonna like tackle, give him a hug. Oh, I'm so
hello.
happy to see you right now.
Wait,
Yes.
how do you hug a cube? This is interesting.
How are you?
Angular hug, but you can do it.
How are you doing, sir? How good was your fight? Oh, that's
Yes,
awful.
we're in
Yes.
our own rebellion. Can I ask a favor? By the way, how's Mr. Fuck You doing? Is he still doing well?
He's doing outstanding. I'll be honest.
Great.
Yes,
Can I borrow some of his outstanding and ask a favor?
I mean, he's grown too powerful for me to even think about moving. I hope you don't need him specifically.
Magic is failing here, and you can still appear and disappear. Is there
course.
any way you could take me and my friends to the Gelatini Manor?
You and your friends. Yeah. I mean, that could be arranged. Yes. No, magic is awful here. There's all kinds of holes in the weave.
Yep.
And
It's great.
What
It's
do you-
amazing. I'm having a great time. I feel like his hair is just like.
I don't. My cogitators say that your position of lying is at 86%.
14% of you is having a great time.
I wouldn't call it lying. I'd call it stress.
Oh, okay.
Look,
Well,
shit's real bad here. We need help.
Okay, all right. That is very high level magic you're asking for. Okay, good. Give me just gather around.
Would you like a clove of garlic?
You just get one of the weirdest side eyes. Like, you organic snippers. No, I don't need to eat. Just come around. This will have a fee attached to it. I'll take it from your earnings from Mr. Fuck You. And
Yeah, that's fine. Can we pick up people on the way?
Are you aware of how teleportation works?
Revival!
You just hear top of the lungs Furball scream that echoes out from the east side of the field.
Would I hear that? I ran into the city as quickly as possible. So whatever they were doing with Quinn, hitting the sending, like all their chatting,
like even if you were
however
running,
far away
even
you
if
are,
were, like Hall of Fame running, you're getting there in 4 minutes tops.
Yeah. But like we started last session though, like it wasn't like since the start of this session essentially. So like, has it not been 5 minutes?
No, it's been because a lot of the time it's been taken up in his Kit's Dreamscape, which time doesn't go normally there. Like they just watched him like get up and have a crystal in his hand, and then we're like, we gotta go.
Okay.
A whole lot of discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean discussion takes time too. But sure. Then I guess she hears it and
that was his performance for his bellow.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yeah. If she hears that, she'll probably slow down, and then I think she can see Riggs from her distance.
I gotta ride.
All right, she'll run back to the team essentially, just wait to be picked up.
Turns around.
That's it, I guess.
I imagine Theron's further though, because I think he fucked off like.
He's already over the city.
Yeah.
His method of propulsion was.
You can see lightning in the distance.
Yeah. Good lightning, not the bad.
I feel like
How fast is your
gonna do one of those like.
It's all right. The upside of the 2 to 4 minutes is that's, I think, 40 to 60 lightning bolts I get to throw. Some demons gonna get zapped.
Yeah, he's definitely zapped. Okay, so you turn around and are on your way back, and Riggs is just kind of looking at you. Okay, are there any Modron presences here that were causing this?
No.
All right.
But I give you my word. Once this is settled, I will personally come assist you in your plight.
Oh, that's excellent. Let me get a contract for you. How long do you
Lord.
plan to serve? We have 3 months, 6 months, and 9 month plans. We can go.
Roll
in
him
here.
just through the spores. Please hurry up before he gets his contract out.
Oh, they got 2 river flowing.
I will also need lists of next of kin, if you don't mind. What do you think the
Can we-
appropriate
can
pay
we-
rate is for someone of your talent and stature?
It's great
well,
that they
I
didn't
know-
specify who was giving a contract. So for Revia, it might just be a devil.
I will
Oh, wow.
also say that if you get any additional people to join with you, you get signing bonuses. So are the rest of you people interested in?
I feel like Rolm's like, he knows that he's not going to stop, so he's just like, well, I'm good at regular magic. I am a wizard now, so I do have a wizard fee
Oh, we have
add
good
on.
skills,
I
absolutely.
also know blood magic. Is there much blood on the from your foes? that I
Next
can
to
use?
none, unfortunately.
Next to none. Okay, so that's going to be a fee on top of that because I cannot access my blood magic. You see, it's going to be a very rare commodity. And he's just going up.
All right, we'll have to hash that out with accounting. Gotcha. Anything else that's?
Wait, hold on. She's gonna chip in. What are you guys made of? Like on the inside, do you have any fluid?
There's
What a
elements
question.
of coolant, I guess, and other, I guess, some kind of mechanically needed. Are hydraulics a thing at this point?
Would that work?
Probably not.
I bet we can make a trip to the Nexels and find out. Also, in this trip, Is there a way to add on a feat? Can you take us somewhere where we can like be in a time pause and be able to like rest and catch up and catch our breath?
Oh, the short rest energy. As soon as I'm away from my keyboard for a second.
You want to? I'm sorry. You want to be in a place where time doesn't flow properly? But I can send you to
Maybe.
limbo if you don't mind being desaturated for part of your life.
I don't know. Does roll? So this is one of those weird isms where like time flows differently in like the astral plane, right?
Yes.
But like, does it flow differently enough to where they can go there, take a long rest, and then come back and like absolutely no time has passed? Or does Rollum know of a different way to accomplish that feat? I guess.
What does he mean by desaturated?
We'll get there.
It's when your colors are bleached or blanched in some way.
I beg. What?
Rollum will like try and do a minor image of what that would look like to
He
him.
holds his hand out and like just goes down with his face, and he watches like the color goes almost to like a black and white situation, and then brings it back up like that.
Unsettling.
I'd imagine so. Yes. How long did you want to serve, sir? Were you interested in the 6-month contract? It's the most time, cost, benefit available for people.
Unfortunately, I don't think I'm fit to serve at the moment.
Do you have history in killing Modrons or otherworldly beings?
You are the first Modron I've ever met.
All right.
I'm sorry.
You
What?
have to go through some remedial
You
training.
said
Then.
that we're a 6-month contract. What exactly
many-
does a tour of duty involve?
I mean, it depends on your skill set.
Okay.
What were you looking for?
Well, let's see. I am a druid. That's
Okay.
So when I came to this world, I was a bit more versatile in my casting, but unfortunately, they're always getting stabbed, burned, lit on fire, put in the caskets, And so I've somehow become a specialty healer. I can do a little bit of both, blasting and healing. So I could mend wounded. I don't. Does curative magic work on you?
It does. It does. I mean, as a druid and a father of Desna, you're going to be positively lonely and possibly miserable, but you will have plenty of people to heal. We can send you right to the frontline triage, and you could help us.
Wait a minute.
Sustain some of the yes.
If she can heal you, Rollum's gonna try and like do the was it blood reading or whatever? The one that doesn't hurt. It's just like can sniff out the blood or whatever and see if he can.
He reads WD-40.
The best part
Oh,
about
I
all
see.
of this,
You're 10W30.
y'all are gonna end up conscripted to an army, and I'm still gonna get there first.
We're waiting on Revive.
Yo, Mariah's running back.
According to Netters, all the conversation they
I
had
know.
before was
Yep.
like 4 minutes, and this conversation you guys have had right now has been like 6, according to
Yep.
Twitch. So I don't know what time is in travel and talking. So whenever Netters says I arrive is when I arrive, but otherwise, I don't know what the fuck's happening anymore.
I think
figured out
Dennis
a
is having
traitor.
fun with
He
this
said no.
conversation, so he's delaying your arrival until his fun is exhausted.
Yeah, we're doing that anime time.
For
Yeah.
so much longer. That's why I was like, I probably waited like well into the city because if Revia and Zolan are dashing, they're going hella fast.
I'm
But
just
anyway,
imagining Revia doing the like Loot Scooby-Doo run.
So there's your detect blood goes off. There is no blood in this creature.
I'm sure we could tweak that too. But yes, is there somewhere we could stop maybe to rest? No? Alright.
Is that
looks
horn
like-
creature your friend? Is she?
Yes. Yep, she's what we're waiting on.
Oh, I think I do recognize her. Yes. All right. Excellent. She's one of Baphomet's spawn. No.
Yes.
She'll
I
get
wouldn't mention that, but yes.
She'll get a higher rate. And as you said, Revia,
Hey.
you are now part of the. And you see Rings there with you. Would you like a 6-month contract or 3-month? I know you
Nope,
look
we
quite
want-
busy.
We're ready. We'll talk about it afterwards.
We can talk
need
about
to
9
go.
months. If
Thank
that
you.
works for you.
Let's go.
Nope. All right. You said the gelatinis, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. Be warned, every and all teleportation attempts I've had have shunted me out, so you might be in for.
Yep,
2
the
star
wards are
results.
down. Everything's fine. In fact, if you could put us as close as possible to a Mr. D'Artagnan Gelatini, that would be great.
No,
He looks
it's,
like this.
Yes, that's great. He has not shown any interest in the rebellion, sadly, so I don't have him mapped.
Just get us to the manor, please. Stop adding more.
All right, sounds good. And I expect that contract signed, sir. And he gathers everyone around.
I'll
And
have my people look at it.
you hear kind of like a light, almost like a hammer on an anvil, like but high pitched ding, and like a tick 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 tick, and there's like a giant kind of series of gears kind of goes around his hands as he spreads them out, and they kind of expand as they go, and as they all click in unison, they collapse in onto themselves, and you all find yourselves at the steps of the Gelatini Manor. As the rush of air comes back, as you've now displaced a ton of it, there's still obviously more cries around the city. The guards all around here are dead. There's at least 6 of them who are either bleeding out or have been stabbed. Clearly some level of puncture or martial wounds. The gates are still closed. As far as you can tell, the door is currently open. It looks like a fight has gone through here. There's broken tables, furniture. The rug is all messed up from people pivoting on it and running and stuff like that. This place looks bad.
Roland, as we get there, he's just gonna grab the contract from him. He's like, I'll look it over. I'll let you know my edits. And he's gonna take off. And then he's like, as he's running towards the gate, he's gonna turn around. I don't think the Violent Magic will work against you. If you had people to spare, we could use it. He's turning around, just sprinting to the door.
He begins to take notes about something. Okay, sounds good. All right. Well, tentatively, 3-month contract, we'll say, and we'll pencil that in, and we'll talk about it later. And he bamps out. So you are running into the Gelatini Manor. What's everyone else doing?
Running into the Gelatini Manor, but also, all of these soldiers are dead. None of them is.
Give me some
crazy.
medicine checks if you don't mind.
Okay. How many do you want, sir?
There are 6. I will say at least 3 of them are absolutely dead, unquestionably. So you can
Okay.
get 3.
That's 1. That's bad. That's 2. That's average. And that's great. I don't know what my rolls are today. This is going to be interesting.
You get to the first 2 also seem dead. This very accurate kind of mostly around the neck area for lethal one-shot assassination style blows. The last one you get to looks like he put up a fight. He has some defensive wounds, a couple of really bad puncture wounds in his chest. And as you get there, it is extremely shallow breathing. It's also kind of punctuated by occasional just because obviously blood getting into what's left of his lungs essentially. But that last one might have a chance, but he is not looking good.
All right, so we can get to this battle as quickly as possible. He's going to throw a quick healing word on him just to get him on his feet.
Okay. Yep, healing word goes off. Wounds begin to kind of seal and starts coughing up some a combination of what looks like it's blood, but it looks darker than what it should be. And I would say with a 26, it seems evidence of some kind of poison that has seeped quite deep into him. But he is able to. Thank you. You have to get in the manor. Help them. As he's trying to, reaching for his weapon that he dropped.
Where's fighting?
I don't know. My people were attacked, and I was stabbed several times. It was too quick. I imagine in the house.
Okay, get yourself to safety. Blah, 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 blah. I can words. Get yourself to safety.
Words are hard.
As I fly in and see this guy drawing a weapon on my friends, I lightning him.
Okay. Give me some.
He hits him with the hammer, guys.
I do not.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I will say, yeah. So he'll kind of he's in no shape to fight. He gets up and is kind of wearily leaning on the spear. It's one of those situations almost like with alcohol, right? Where you get up and you're like, oh, I am way worse than I thought I was, and is trying to compensate for it. But he goes over to some of his comrades and just kind of honors them in the way that is traditional for his people. But that's going on now. What are you doing afterwards?
Oh, she's gonna go head in and see if she can pretty much just listen and see where the worst of it is.
Okay. Give me a perception check. I will say at disadvantage only because it is absolute bananas all over the place. So you're trying to isolate fighting and screaming in a place that is nothing but fighting and screaming.
Good.
Okay. It sounds like it's further downstairs, perhaps. Possibly. You're not terribly sure about it. It's obviously further in, but where is difficult to.
She'll just soak this force. It seems like the worst of it's downstairs, and pretty much stick with the group. You don't want to be separated in this kind of place.
I mean, by the time you've turned around, Ravaya and Rolam are already dashing off.
Oh, they're Neom.
Yep, the Neom. I imagine Katasu is as well.
Wait, what is who saying?
Katasu probably. Ravaya has plans at the front door, but after everyone goes in.
Okay. So it's just Roland who's running in. Ravaya is at the front door. That's essentially what you're seeing. Everyone, I would say, at this point is within range of that particular message. Ravaya, what are you doing?
Trying to get stock of what the heck is going on. Can she see Ashburn and I always want to call him Frostbeard.
Snowfur.
Snowfur. Can she see them on the way in?
Yes, they are 2 blocks out. It looks like it does look like they slowed down. You saw Ashburn swing his sword once, and just pieces of skeletons kind of flying into the air. But they're also seeming to have like somewhat slight diplomatic issues, as the people of Waterdeep aren't usually used to 2 giant fucking trees running through here. So there's, and their speech is kind of slow, so. It's a bit of a thing. Like you did see them stop for a second to like bend down, talk to somebody, but they're on their way.
They're on their way. They're close. So 2 blocks away is not far at all.
No.
All right. And also, while she's there, can she see Theron?
Give me a perception check. It is nighttime, but he is shooting lightning at people, so that should probably help.
The lightning is what's making it real right now.
Yes, you see just a couple downward pointed lightning strikes as your friend Theron is kind of gliding his way in, occasionally zapping the bad guy or two, and making some kind of words of encouragement as he makes his way in. He's going to be there, I would say, probably less than a minute, given his current trajectory.
Okay, last thing that she's looking for does it look like anyone else is approaching the manor? Like maybe not from the front door, which they are like at right now, but does it look like anyone is coming in that direction? Well, obviously knowing like
there are what looks like it's hard to say refugees when they're in their own city, but like some of the town people are lining up at the gates, trying to get into the gates because the Gelatini Manor has always been seen as a safe place. Unfortunately, the gates are still closed because something went down before they could even assist.
Outside of the gates, does it look like they're being threatened by anything, or are they kind of waiting right now?
Yeah, give me an I'll take your perception check since you're still going with that.
I can roll again if you want. I was looking at the sky when I rolled that one.
No, you're good. At the cusp of your vision, there's very rapid non-human like movements. Probably in 2 to 3 blocks behind them. It doesn't seem to be like they're actively coming against them, but there's enemies within the street. This isn't a safe haven yet.
Okay. I think Revi's going to run to the gate and open it up and start letting people in, essentially, and seeing if she can defend anyone who's there. But as she's opening it, she's going to direct them to, like, not indoors yet, because she doesn't know what that looks like. She doesn't want them getting assassinated right now. But I think she's going to be like, go to the backyard. It's still fenced in, and it should be safer. But just don't go inside, essentially.
Okay. You're strong. Doesn't take much to get the gates open. So open it up. I will need a persuasion check on the where they're gonna go, because you are strong, but it's probably like a good 20 or 30 people trying to get in at the moment.
Do you want that at disadvantage because I'm still raging?
All right, you got two options.
I'm on my last rage and I can't let it fall.
You can
You have the Euphemia next to you. Maybe she could help you out with the crap.
Well, you were talking to the guards and stuff, so this is happening like while you were doing that.
mountainless,
Ah.
as our boy likes to say. I will give you a flat roll on intimidation if you want to go that route,
Okay.
or you could take the disadvantage at persuasion.
Mm-hmm. That's rough. I don't know if she would try and intimidate them, but I feel like it's fine. Yeah, we'll go with intimidation. Here we go.
Because
Oh, wow,
you
that
really
was
come
actually-
with me.
That was not bad. I feel like this is unintentional intimidation.
Yeah,
I feel like she thinks she's being very calm and kind, and that's not how it's coming across.
you're telling them to go
Won't
to the
leave, won't
backyard. That
leave.
was your, or did you want to stay in this courtyard area?
No, to go towards the back.
Okay.
Because also, like, the back is, if I remember correctly, it was like way harder to see and like from outsiders' perspectives to like get into. So she imagines it's also a little quieter than the front gate.
Yeah. They've got some kind of private space between the
Okay.
gate. Okay. So yeah, you get her in the back.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
rage. And there's a moment where the first people were like, did we just get into something worse? But after showing you that like you're not obviously violent, Zolan being there probably doesn't help, but it's a 20 is high enough to get desperate people, most of them, into the gate. There are a few who are like, I don't know, I don't trust this crazy woman, and
Sure.
are kind of hesitating at the back, but you have opened the gates and people are now coming in.
Okay, great. I think once she kind of does it look like more people are coming in, or does it look like this bunch of people are?
It's just
That's
this
it,
bunch of
essentially.
people. Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's when the attack has been going on long enough where people were trying to get somewhere. They were either on their way or trying to get there.
Okay. Yeah, I think from that she'll close the gate but not lock it after that.
Okay, locks the gate. Some people are kind
No,
of
don't
lingering.
lock the gate. I close the gate. No, lock the gate.
My bad. Lock is off. Close the gate.
I was
Kayla needs
waiting.
to come in. She's not like sucks to you to be you, man.
Suck.
Yeah.
I was waiting for the little sister to retort. I was like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Netters was going to be like not that, so I was like giving him a moment, and then I was like, no.
Gate is not locked, folks, but it is closed.
Get out of
And the people are kind of slowly and confusedly being shuffled towards the back.
Gotcha. Okay. I think after that, she will start heading in.
Okay. Theron, I will say you are beginning to arrive as you see now some refugees moving towards the back of the compound. You'll probably see Revia's back going into, I imagine, cautiously into the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you are able to kind of, it's a pretty like big front manor area, so it wouldn't take much for you to be able to land there comfortably.
Well, my plan is not to go in cautiously. I'm going to start losing altitude. And once I'm within like the 40, 50 feet down, I'm going to use the levitation boots instead of this cape. So I lose any downward momentum and retain forward momentum and just get down so I'm hovering with levitation boots about a foot off the ground and just through the front door.
Okay, gotcha. So
I got a cape to use as a drag chute if I need to make a sudden stop. But at the moment, coming in hot.
okay, awesome, no problem. So
"Wee,
you basically do a magical halo drop into the front entrance of the Gelatini Manor. Okay, excellent. You kind of get some oohs and ahs as that happens, as you kind of, because it's, what the fuck did you just come from? But there's a bit enough of caution to not kind of try to interact with you. Roll them.
hold 'em, that's me.
You were full sprinting into this particular manor. Where were you going?
I feel like he was sprinting to the door initially, and then kind of letting caution wave over and peering through and trying to be careful about the rest of it as he can, knowing that there's baddie McBad faces in here, and cautiously sneaking, I guess, which probably is going to go better in his mind than it is in IRL.
Okay. So
IGN?
you were
There's a big blue giant sneaking around the halls.
And then for some reason, the fucking Pink Panther song's playing in the background on full blast.
All right, so give me a stealth check, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. Where'd my sheet go? There it is. I'm good at these. I'm very good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. All right.
That was very good.
That was very good. You were not lying. Okay, so you begin to you've honestly at this point it's almost like a second home. You guys have been here so much in the recent weeks and have opportunity to kind of explore the area. So you know where the shadows are and you know where the lines of sight would normally be to anybody who is coming upon you. And you're able to kind of put all that knowledge to work and are now stealthing inside the manor. Are you looking or listening for anything in particular?
I feel like he would be trying to listen for any signs of conflict. If he can hear D'Artagnan, he would like reach out, like, or I guess listen for any known voices
Okay.
or sounds.
All
Fighting.
right. Give me a perception check. Is that not updating on my end?
It's a 23.
Okay. You hear what sounds like D'Artagnan casting something downstairs. You also hear like blades on blades upstairs.
This might be a stretch. Do these blades sound like Aloysius blades?
That's 100% a stretch. You cannot tell. You still can't tell me what kind of spell disintegration is, so I'm not going to give him that kind of
It's
intellectual
not abjuration, because that's what I say every time.
I mean, some people will tell you that, but the best defense is a good offense, so I say it is abjuration.
Get out of here.
Shit. I feel like Roland will update through the spores. It sounds like D'Artagnan's downstairs. I'm hearing blade on blade actions upstairs. It might be Aloysius. I'm not sure. I'm heading downstairs.
Okay. Yeah, you get all of that loud and clear.
You I'm sorry. You said you might need something downstairs? What'd you say? It cut out right with like that word. Did you say you might need help upstairs?
No, he said he hears blade on blade action upstairs. It might be Aloysius, but he's heading down. Roland himself is heading downstairs.
He's heading downstairs. Okay.
All right. So Roland's doing that. We're going to recycle back to Euphemi. I imagine you're following the crew into the manor. Euphemi is not here.
She fucked right off.
Okay. I'm going to assume she's following. We're going to go back to Ravaya. What are you up to? I would say Roland's probably like a good 50, 60 feet ahead of you, just based on what you were doing. But
probably more, I imagine.
He's going slow for the stealthing. That's something.
Oh, okay, that's true. Yeah. Because I was like, if he bolted in and she was like, "Let me get the front gates," you know, like that took some time. She's gonna go upstairs with the news over the spores, and I think she'll announce that through the spores, and just, "All right, I'm going up," and she and Zolan will head up towards the sword sounds.
Okay.
Or the blades on blades sound.
The blades on blades sound. Are you going up stealthily, or are you just running up there?
Nobby, we raging. Let's get in this bitch.
Nobby, we rage.
I'm gonna drop kick the first door I find, and then land on Zolan, and then ride him into combat.
You are sneaking on your way, and you just hear like the sounds of a very angry fucking tiefling stomping her way up the stairs, and her equally inelegant belay also doing a number on this poor set of stairs. Very much kind of announcing their presence, but yeah, you hear that going on at the moment. All right, so you make it upstairs. You know there's guest rooms to the right, and there's kind of a further corridor, similar to where you guys fought the Zelastopin the first time.
Yes.
To your left. So which way do you want to go?
Where can she hear the sounds coming from mostly?
If you don't mind giving me a perception check, please. Whoa. Love that sound. Okay, yeah, it's definitely coming from the left side of the building. Left wing.
Yeah, that's where she'll be going.
North wing, it would be at this point. All right, cool. So you make your left to go down that corridor. As you were coming on it, you see what looks like a couple of the help around here has unfortunately been a victim of this attack. The gnome tailorer that you guys worked with is very much not alive. Just kind of face down, pool of blood soaking into the floor and carpet. A couple other of the elements of help there. But you do also see those kind of weird, grotesque changelings. They're not changelings, they're really closer to doppelgangers. That corpses of them. About 4 of them have been killed. From your lovely tracking, we're just going to say you kind of have a passive knowledge of it, but it looks like dagger wounds as far as you can tell. With some elements of acid to it too. Like some of the wounds are cauterized with acid, as far as you can tell.
Fantastic. That sounds about right for the Zelstoffen. But
that's their corpses have that on them.
The Zelstoffen's corpses?
And puncture wounds and acid.
Oh, that's weird. I genuinely think she's gonna be like, "That's weird," and then just literally like rocketing towards the sounds.
Okay, gotcha.
Kicking in whatever door she needs to, wherever the noise is coming from.
Whatever door. Okay. So as you come up, there is the last set of double doors, and as you try to jack, it does look like it's intentionally been barricaded. This is your opportunity to kick in said door. You got some options.
It's a tag team kicking / body racking from Zolan on this door. Like, by no means subtlety in getting in here.
Okay. Give me a athletics check from both of you, and we'll add that cumulative to this door.
Okay. I'm raging, so as advantage, let me open Zolan's character sheet because I forgot to. I clicked it and nothing happened. Come on, there we go. Athletics. There you go.
Okay. Revia, your first boot, just you hit it and you hear just wood cracking as it begins to kind of bow under your strength. And Zolan is the proverbial hammer that brings it through, and you just shatter this door. And the dresser that was behind it, as elements of the furniture and door go flying all over the room. As you do so, you see there's 2, I guess you're experienced enough, there's 2 black oozes that are flanking a very wounded but still fighting D'Artagnan, and there's at least 3 other Zelstoffen corpses around him that you can see. You can also see one of the arms kind of sticking out of one of the puddings.
Good. Good.
There is one last one that is fighting what's it called? That's fighting D'Artagnan at the moment. And behind D'Artagnan is an extremely large, what's it called? Gelatinous cube, who you recognize as Archibald. And in the middle of, because he usually cleans up the basement. And in the middle of this thing is the Aloysius Jr., who has been suspended. And based on his reactions, this seem to be willingly.
Gotcha. Also, I just want to confirm, because you said D'Artagnan is in this room. Is it Aloysius Sr.?
I'm sorry, it's Aloysius
Jr. in
correct.
Okay, yeah.
My bad.
I had a feeling, but I was like, I'm gonna let him finish.
Yeah, my bad. I had a flip. But yeah, it's Aloysius Sr. cut up, but still fighting, and the lone Zelstoffen guy there. I will say, any level of surprise is gone. But if you want, you can give me. You would still. We're just gonna do this theater of mind style. Sure. Give me just roll a quick initiative. If you get above 15, we'll have you go next. And okay, that's how you want to do it. I see how it is. Give me some attack rolls, Revia.
Yeah, not a problem. Sure, hold on. She's running in with Zolan. Her method is to try and like get as much heat off of Aloysius as possible. So I think they're gonna split up because you said there were 2 of the black oozes in here, right?
Yes, the oozes seem friendly, by the way.
Oh, okay. And then there are how many bad dudes?
There's only one.
1. Okay, that's what I thought. All right,
Yeah.
good, making sure. So they're gonna basically pincer on this guy. Like Revia gets on one side, the other one gets like fully intending to try and pull its attention off of him. So she has the Fang and Lava Lash right now. Dink, dink, dink. I need one more Fang. And should I roll you some for Zolani too, or should I have him roll initiative
Give me
as
some
well to see if
damage
he goes
here, and I'll
ahead?
let you know.
Sure. Okay. I don't know. They're not my favorite enemy. Sorry, I need to take off the extra 4. Think. Okay. Ooh, good
Okay.
plan,
Jesus Christ. Yeah, that. Yep. How would you like to kill this last warrior here?
I think Zolanini is going to come charging in and kind of tail swipe at it. So as he gets like hit in the legs, it is like topsy-turvy in the air. She'll lava lash the center of him and just pull him into 2 pieces.
Excellent. And again, it's weird because these creatures don't have like traditional blood, so it just kind of pops out, and some weird, viscous kind of jelly-like blood kind of comes out, and they just obviously very much dead on the ground. And you see it somewhat relieved, like just briefly relieved Aloysius Senior, but just adrenaline to the gills, right? Just eyes darting everywhere, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But is very much like, thank you. Thank you.
She's gonna shove one of her the last regular scribbler potion that she's been holding on to for a while because they've been popping the supers lately. But she's gonna shove one into his hand and still raging. Just be like, who else?
D'Artagnan's dealing with some downstairs with Deet and the others down by the pool.
Okay. Will you be safe here?
Yeah. Have you seen my wife?
She left us before everything went to shit.
You see him there's some like mental math going on in his head. Okay, we can discuss this later. Thank you again. Just see to them. I'll clean this up and try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna run back out essentially. Is there any other noises on that second floor, or was this like where all the sword on sword noises were coming from?
This is primarily where those noises were coming from. But if you want to give me another perception check, this is kind of on the stealthier side of things. You're trying to isolate sounds and movements and things like that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, you don't. You hear some battle downstairs a little bit. Obviously, the cacophony coming around all around the city, essentially, but nothing specifically on this floor that you can tell.
Okay. I'll also ask about Zolan. I know this might be very difficult because of all the chaos that's happening in this building, but if Zolan's tremor senses anything that's unusual.
Have him give me a perception check.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Look at my boy. I usually roll garbage with him.
He reports weird movements, and with his lovely intelligence, I think he equates them to like worms moving.
On the second floor?
On the second and first floor.
He's like, there's big worms over there.
Yeah.
Okay. She's gonna check that out before she goes down.
Okay.
But yeah, that's where she's headed after that chaos.
All right. So you walk down the hallway towards the one of the big worm sounds to him, and another very large. This one with a very strong green tinge, gelatinous cube kind of rounds the corner, with what looks like one of the Zilistophans stuck in there, currently dissolving. Just kind of rolls. Doesn't register you as an enemy, and is trying to kind of scooch on the wall to let you walk by.
Okay. Does she think that that's what Zolan confused for the worm?
Yeah, watching its movement, it has this kind of like undulating cube.
Yeah.
So
To like scooch around. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
as soon as it pops out, she's just gonna like peek behind it to see if there's anything else there, and then head on out.
okay, excellent. Well, we'll have you do that. We're going to cut over to Theron. Yeah, go to Theron. What are you up to?
I mean, have I entered the place?
You have. I will say you watch Ravaya stomp up there. You ran off. You do see a Roland is stomping. You're just like
It's accurate.
imagine
No, it's
a
accurate.
person who's raging running up the stairs. Like stomp. Anyway, you are so you hear and see that going on. You do see. Well, actually, what's your passive perception?
21.
I think Roland just beat that with his stealth. He did. Okay, so you don't see Roland at all. Again, this whole area is very disheveled. Clearly, signs of combat, broken furniture, pottery. The floor is all fucked up. There's, elements of blood on the ground, acid burns in some areas, and it's a long hallway that. The first thing is there's a flight of stairs on the left that curls up and around, and there's kind of a. I realize you haven't been here before, so I'm describing it. There's like a balcony of sorts that goes across. That's like part of the second floor, and then there's a wing there and a wing to the left on both sides, or a wing to left and right. And if you continue going, there's what looks like the beginning of like a mess hall. There's a kitchen, probably like 100 feet down to your right, and there's another set of stairs after that. That goes down towards. That just looks like it spirals down from your particular position.
Okay, well, I was told about the sounds of blades. Are there still sounds of blades?
You, as if you're kind of taking your time coming in, you do hear the shattering of wood and likely a door, some slashing sounds, and then a cessation of those noises. Like there's nothing coming from that direction.
Then I guess we're headed down.
Okay. Are you going stealthy, or are you going in heroic?
Heroic, but I can't help but be stealthy just based on my numbers. But I am essentially what I'm doing is once I'm inside, I'm gonna levitate at a speed upward, roughly equivalent to what the force of gravity would be, so I can run across the ceiling. But I am running. I'm not.
Okay. All right.
I ain't time to tiptoe.
Understood. All right. Roland, where were you going?
He's going to help out his boy downstairs.
Okay. Euphemia, I had you following Ravaya. So you are on the second floor. You just helped. She just helped Aloysius Senior, and Junior is safe in a gelatinous cube. And you guys are looking for other threats upstairs, just as an FYI. Roland, you are going downstairs, and I would say your passive perception is pretty high. As you're coming down the stairs kind of quietly, you see a Theron begin to kind of float in front of you, I'd say about halfway down the stairs. Clearly not noticing you due to your stealth roll, but that's essentially what you see there is your artificer friend kind of floating his way down the stairs in front of you. It's only an extra, I'd say.
Is that a snore we're hearing?
Nope. It's the knee vibration-y thingies. I didn't know you heard it the whole time, and I apologize. I'm on mute. Go ahead.
No, we just now heard it. I was just like, I thought I was going. I was like, am I hearing snoring?
Yeah, I thought I heard something too, but Toast is still up. I was like, what's going on?
He's got these sweet contraptions I bought for him because I was worried about his knees. They vibrate and they're heated.
Yeah.
Man, you look like LeBron after a game, man. All right.
Yeah. It's funny because they have to be plugged in, so he's like wired in as he's doing this.
He's
So anyway,
connected to the wall. I have something very similar for my feet. Roll up seeing Theron on the roof doing his thing. I think we'll kind of like, well, at least I have backup now, so he'll start like running to match pace.
Okay. As you come down here, kind of same overall deal. It's that even though it's a dungeon, there's clearly signs of combat.
Real quick, where's Quinn? Quinn, are you still stuck outside? Did you follow? What are you doing? You shady bastard.
Roll him.
Okay, cool.
Quinn is going with Roland. Okay. Are you going stealthy, Quinn?
I would have tried to, yeah, I guess.
Give me a stealth check, please.
All right.
Wasn't at disadvantage. Oh no, you
heavy
do
armor?
because you're at heavy armor. I apologize. Yeah, 17. Okay. I would say you have a bit of interaction if Theron wants, because he would have seen you on the way down.
Okay.
As
Then I would have just seen you attempt to tiptoe. There simply isn't time. Hurry forward.
so you
Just
are,
keep on going.
Okay. It's just what- you were being encouraged to run at the
All right.
moment.
And then we'll
Great, because he's talking like that while floating.
Well, technically yes, but I'm levitating upside down and running on the ceiling. It's fine.
You getting a head rush yet?
We'll deal
How
with
long
it if
till
it
Theron
happens.
passes out?
Days.
Can I borrow your
running-
blood?
But he's levitating, so if he passes out, he'll just like fall and then levitate into the room.
Well, like, yeah, levitate into homeostasis.
I imagine there has to be a level of concentration for that.
But yes, Quinn, you are kind of rounding the area here with this whole team, right? We'll just say, Theron sees it first, and then the rest of you guys. The dungeons are kind of in a grid kind of format. You come down here, and there's like cells. There's a wall on the side, which has one of the, I think Roland would recognize as D'Artagnan's office has been slid open, and there's signs of like impacts, elements of kind of acid damage on the walls. You do see the corpse of a humanoid there who has been looks like he's been completely burnt out. Like, just, it's hard to identify what it is how badly burned the flesh is. I would say, Roland, you'd probably step in a auspicious pile of dust, which is not really useful. Is not typical of this dungeon, which is usually very well cleaned, but it is almost like a Looney Tunes Wile E. Coyote pile of dust, in a conical kind of form. Give me an Arcana check. This looks like the product of a disintegration spell.
Oh, okay.
So
I think easy to look at them and be like, huh, must be Auntie's handiwork.
yeah,
It's one of them illusion spells, right?
yeah.
No, it's only abjuration, all right?
Thank you. As you come down, Theron, you see what looks like a member of the help. They got kind of like a cook's bandana on, like a apron. They have kind of burn damage on their arm, and they're limping over. Help us, please help us! They're down there. And that's essentially what you're seeing there.
I mean,
Is Rolo's with the group? Or,
Follows in with that group, correct?
I think None is just typing to me instead of just telling me.
I'm not gonna spoil it for him. No, I have to because you fucking. I hate you.
Well, I'm not gonna let his boy fall for that shit.
I will
I
say.
mean, the next words out of my mouth were, as long as that feels like a legit member of the staff.
Yeah, give me either an investigation or perception, depending on how you want to go about it.
You perceive Roland fucking Eldritch blasting these people in the face.
Yeah, Roland, you see something else.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't think they were who they were. You can't fool us again.
Yeah, the
Shame on
the
you.
21 perception, it looks legit. It's a very spot on kind of look for this manor for the time. It even has the embroidery of the black, white and red, or black, white and green kind of stylized that the house is known for. There's another G for that particular house symbol on the arms, on the arm patch. It's a very accurate rendition. That being said, I'll let Roland react. How did you? It very much looks like a wounded Zelastoffen to you with your witch sight. Very, very wounded. It is I'd say like 60% of its body is acid damage burnt at this moment.
For what it's worth, I was just gonna run past it along the ceiling because I can't heal him, so I don't care.
Okay, you just run a revive. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. It needs to make a DC. Hold on.
And of course, rollable out to the spores is like, they're the bad guys. Turn around, fool. Not fool, but
That does help because my next one was like, well, shit, I gotta deal with this traitor now. Is a problem.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What was the DC? Is 19.
it's
Constitution.
22 because me.
Does not have advantage, so ignore that. But yeah, with the 22, it fails barely. It does not have anything. Okay, yeah.
I'm
Give me the
assuming he
damage,
has
right?
blood, of course.
He does have blood.
It's 32.
Did I see that wrong? Oh yeah, it's above the fucking description, you dumbass. Yes. 32.
It says it's necrotic, so if they're resistant to necrotic.
They are not. So this particular one, the spell goes off. Sorry, guys.
I was just gonna say he'll do the bonus action portion too. Get a pint of blood out.
All right. Quinn, you watch as Roland reaches out with his hand at this very innocent-looking, somewhat horribly wounded, misplaced cook in the dungeon as he's walking out, and he reaches his hand out and just rips a tremendous amount of blood from this person's body. And why? And as it's in the process of dying, you watch as it reverts back to its original form of that kind of horrible-looking doppelgangers that you guys fought before. Your boy Roland.
I was just doing that roll of just like, a cook wouldn't be in the dungeon, you idiot.
And
I think it'd be like, whoa!
you kill him in the most gruesome way, and you say that. Cook would be in the dungeon.
as his body begins to kind of shake and then ultimately dissolve, as their species often does.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
shit. Hold on.
in the closet,
It's
cowering
dissolving?
for his life, Daryl, the dungeon chef, is just feeling bad about his life choices and his profession because there's no cooks in the dungeon. So what are you doing?
If it's
Should have gone and been a
it's pretty
doctor like your
great.
mom wanted.
That's okay. All right. I will say, give me an Arcana check because there's an element of speed to this. Because again, they always.
yeah. Knowing that it's disintegrated, he's gonna try his best. It's like, oh god, give me. Because he's hurting. You said Arcana.
Okay, that is a 32 or 31. Excuse me.
That's an
Yeah.
abjuration cantrip. Is that because you think everything's abjuration, or is that correct?
It's probably because that's the first school that just shows up.
Okay, you just didn't select it.
I was like, that's definitely
That
not
makes more
abjuration.
sense.
But Cat Booty.
Good catch, though.
With that, you are able to, with that high enough, you're able to get your full medium creature's worth of blood in there. After doing that, Quinn, you watch him exsanguinate the blood from it into the blood skull. But that's what he's doing. Quinn, what are you doing after watching that particular?
I mean, to him, blood magic is not a big thing. It's considered sacred where he comes from.
Okay, all right. So don't even bat an eye. Yeah.
I mean, just like doing it on a random ass dude is like, whoa! But then he's like, okay, there's enemies in hiding. Okay, good, it's working. We're getting resources. We'll be healed. Okay.
Quinn the open-minded, they should call him.
Quinn the open. Yes. And Roland's just kind of like, as he finishes that, he spins around and he's pointing his hand at the other one.
There's only one.
Oh, I thought you said there were two.
There should only be one. If I said two,
Okay.
We're so bad at this theater of the man thing. We're trying, winners, I promise.
Yeah.
I
You
wasn't
say
sure if I
things
was
were
supposed to-
were there 5?
I mean,
I said one. I thought there were 7.
I only thought there was one nurse.
Okay, all right.
That's why I'm like, it's not his fault.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's just this city is
trying to-
so big. I didn't know where you were gonna go, and I was like, I'm not gonna make 7,000 maps to figure
No,
out.
you're good. You're
Which-
good.
Why not?
Because that's a lot of maps. Get out of here, play.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of meta talk after this session to be like, okay, where are you guys going next so I can prep? And then it can feel like character choice in the moment because it's behind the scenes.
Have
They
you
don't
seen
know.
these guys? They're gonna see.
I don't
Ravia's
think
gonna
we
see,
knew
like,
we
a
were going to the
squirrel in the
jealousy.
distance, and then go talk to it, and I gotta, go do that. And,
Oh, look at Nubs. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm redeeming. Give Nubs a
Anyway,
treat.
so I run past the guy, and then I stop for a second to be like, "Oh, there's a bad guy. Oh, he's dead." And then I keep going.
Yeah. The blood, like any and all liquids, have been absolutely drained by him into your your furbog friend. But you can continue down since you're in the lead. The lab to your left looks like a hurricane hit it. Like, just there's parchment and ink splattered on the wall. There's papers floating all over the place. There is a blood trail that is coming out of it, and is going down and probably like another 30 feet forward, and then it hooks a left past some of the cages there.
I'm going to assume that the blood trail is worth following up on and head that direction.
Okay. Following the blood trail, you hang a left, and what there is a wall that has been slid out, and you can see just dozens of jars filled with ooze, kind of like a greenish ooze, and all the way to the back is a pool of ooze. In between there, unfortunately, some of these jars have been broken. There is a changeling, who you would know as D'Artagnan, is kind of sitting there clutching his side, and as you kind of round the corner, like, shoots off a give me an Arcana check. Actually,
Check of the Arcanas.
yep.
But is it coming at him?
No. It's
Okay.
it's shooting off at what looks like
Also,
another one of.
This is like the first low roll in a while, but I will remind Nunners, you have 2d4s, and Kit, you have 1.
Oh
Why
yeah.
do I have a D4?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think
because
Dragon
Wagon gave you
I don't
one.
remember who it was.
Oh,
Thank you,
sweet.
man.
Thank you, Dragon.
You
Yeah, it
will
was.
see.
Dragon.
You don't recognize the spell, but like a splash, like a lion of acid comes towards one of them and hits him and just starts like melting a good chunk of them. And you guys kind of realize you got here quickly, but the majority of the fighting, at least in proper, is essentially over. As you round the corner, he's, who the fuck are you?
He's with me.
I'm sorry. Is he actively fighting something?
He just finished like killing something with acid, essentially, and looks.
Oh, that was the
absolutely
last thing.
Yep.
Okay.
But just questions you like, what are you doing in my house?
I'll descend to the floor.
Okay.
Well, it seems you've wrapped things up, but from the exterior, it seems you needed a hand.
That's an understatement. You still haven't answered my question.
Ah, Theron Blackwood.
All right. Just kind of
You
looks
haven't
at you
answered it?
cautiously. You can tell it's. If this was polite conversation, this would have gone another way. But this man has just been attacked in his own home, and it's like.
The
Yeah.
pertinent information is that I came with allies of yours. Roland should be any moment, but
I'll say.
He's doing the piece of candy with the blood. Oh shit.
I will say Quinn is probably next because he's not ripping blood out of a human being at the moment, or humanoid. So, Quinn, you would round the corner and it's like, Roland should be coming. And you do see exactly what I described with a disheveled D'Artagnan there.
Hello.
also Quinn.
Yes, sir.
Oh, all right. You're with Devin.
Yes.
Oh, that's really. Oh, I know you. Thank you for coming. It's a bit of a mess, as you can see.
Oh, yes, yes.
Understandable given the circumstances.
Yes.
If you're quite all right, the rest of Waterdeep needs seeing to.
I don't know if I'm all right. I'll be honest with you. I'm surviving, I think, is the appropriate point. But yes, we'll see to the needs of the city. Have you found my brother? Have you seen Cecilia?
She ran off after our time in the arena. I don't know where she went.
And she
We
was
kind of,
unharmed
left
when
track.
she ran?
She was unharmed, but we lost track of her in the chaos.
I can't seem to reach her. I've tried several times.
You try collect calls sending.
At this time, rolls the corner, rounds the corner to the. Oh, there he is. Yeah, no. Look, my brother is distraught. We haven't been able to reach her. That's likely going to be his priority. I have some cleaning up to do. Theron, I'm going to have to swear you to secrecy in a bit about what you've seen here, somewhat unintentionally. So I apologize to that.
I keep my fair share of secrets. I can also not be present, but there are urgent matters to see to.
Okay. At that point, you watch as he has a staff. It's kind of elegant, carved staff, and rounds up into a glass orb, which has a green liquid that kind of sloshes around in it, not dissimilar to all the liquid ooze that you see there. And above it is a little hologram projection of a kind of a short, probably like 5'2", 5'3", somewhat plump woman who with a staff of her own, who looks equally disheveled. Hair is a mess, stuff's all messed up. But she points and is like almost berating him in terms of like body language. You don't hear anything, but just berating him and like pointing upwards and like it seems like there's something being discussed in earnest there. Okay. Aunt Deet is saying my brother's okay. Your angry friend is upstairs.
Last I was aware.
Okay. All right. I have work to do here. We do need to secure the rest of this house, though. Roland, you can see them as they are, correct?
Oh yes.
Good. Could you and your friends search around and just make sure?
He's like already around the corner. Already sweeping.
Thank you.
Runs after Roland.
Oh,
And
yeah.
any trail of blood on the floor, he's like trying to pick up into his skull. So if you could just let me know like what the aggregate amount of pints that would be equivalent to, that'd be great.
This man's got a problem.
Just
Listen, magic is scarce. Blood is not.
So that is currently going on. Did you want to go with the search party, or were you gonna stay there, Theron?
Just going to. I can assist there unless I can be more helpful elsewhere.
I'm sure you can. We need to secure this place first before we can start helping people. If you don't mind, I'd appreciate that.
No, I just didn't know if you needed help in this room. I'm just gonna go be helpful with this search thing, because that's where he says I'll be helpful.
Okay. As you go away, in your head, Roland, you get a sending. Can he be trusted?
I feel like Roland's like, don't waste your spell slots. He hasn't given me a reason not to trust him. Yet.
That's like a strong maybe.
I mean, I've known him for all of what, like 3 hours?
That's just what you get back at it. So you get that's 2 messages, by the way, just so you know. Like, can you trust him?
So you
Right.
didn't see it. So that's why I
Oh.
said stop using his spell slots, because it's 120 feet. So he's messaging the rest of it like.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he's like. So he'll send the message back. I've known him for all of maybe 3 hours. So far, so good. He is part of. Oh, what's that thing called? Whatever that. I can't think of what the fuck they're called. Roland can't. He totally can't. He totally remembers this, 100%. The place that the tower thing and the weird
The
pocket
avant-garde.
dimension.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
That.
Gotcha.
Tower
Yeah.
of inevitable reason.
That's
Yeah.
it.
A sigh of relief where he's like, all right, so if Titian flushed,
Vetted him.
Then, all right, I feel better. All right. Be careful. If you need anything, let me know. I'm going to try to.
You got any spell slots around here?
No, sadly. There's a heaviness to his voice.
He's
don't normally. Yeah.
he's saying that and trying to light him up.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he's seeing to the situation back there. But okay, so
Roland will kind of cast. I'm assuming as much as he can within the 120 feet. I don't know how many twists and turns are going to keep him in that, and he'll like keep pointing in that general vicinity to help keep the conversation going. But he'll kind of cast exposition to get him caught up on everything that's happened so far. What Quinn went through, what he sacrificed, the fact that Roland feels guilty and doesn't think that he's connected to his spider-ity anymore.
You don't know what he sacrificed yet.
He doesn't, but he has his ideas.
Sneaky kid is the best kid. Harsh whispers in the dark.
That's why he feels bad, because he doesn't like when you're like, not again, I will never give myself to another, like that kind of shit. Like he made his own assumptions.
Okay. All right, so he'll digest that as he's going. Celia is probably the one that could probably best help with this.
I'm sure, and he'll try I'm sure she's somewhere helping those who need it. There's a lot who need it. I lost a few members of the Obsidian Order.
Sorry to hear that. Well, I fear it's going to be a few days before everything's cataloged on a lost perspective.
That's if we win.
Agreed. Again, let me know. I need to see to some rites I haven't done since I was a child. And he'll go off and work on that.
Two things. Roland was gonna ask where their shit is, if he could like at least do that, so he could spore network. Like, hey, if you want your shit, it's in hallway B, room 31A.
Specifically, what do you mean by shit, if you don't mind?
Because we stored all of our gear here.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you ask him where his gear, it's in the study. It's you know where the
Oh, then I assume Roland would have grabbed that before he left.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you guys know where you're. It's exactly where you guys left it. It's in the study. There's a secret button thing that you have to hit. He knows where it is. Door slides open. This room is thankfully not a disaster, but you were able to grab your gear without issue. I'm going to fast forward over to Team Second Story. Euphemi, you are following Team Angry as they stomp their way over just past a gelatinous cube. I don't know what you guys' plans are, but I wanted to put the light on you there.
I'll just give Euphemi a moment.
I realized I was muted and also started coughing a lot, so it was great that I was muted. Well, first off, I wanted to say that she would have that her special little visual butterfly sight thingy ahead of her. I will hit the button so that what I'm saying will make more sense. How about that? I'm gonna do
Might
that.
help you.
Yeah, that.
Ooh.
And she's like searching around. She's gonna keep that in front of her by that like 30 feet. So whenever she has like they're heading to a new room, she's kind of using that to like do a sweep of the room before she goes in. But Revive's the one with true sight, right?
Yes.
So Euphemi's job is going to be like pointing out people that are in rooms before we get to them. So Revive knows exactly where to look when we get in.
If there's anything she detects before like anything, like she's full running into things, like not waiting at all. So if it's one of those things where like Euphemi's checking the rooms and Revia's not kicking down doors to, then yeah, but otherwise like she's just genuinely running full speed into everything.
Well, that's fair too. Like,
just so you know.
Okay.
But in general, like, I know she is heading back downstairs. She's more or less like listening to see if there's anything that she can pick up on the way down, if anyone needs help on the way down. So she's listening for that, but she is just going to meet with the team.
Roll me a. Oh, sorry. You were saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say while she's doing the sweeping, she would reach out to the spores and see what's going on with team basement dwellers. I don't dungeon delvers,
Dungeon dudes.
Dungeon defenders.
cook broilers. I don't.
Okay. So you're going down towards the basement, Revia. You're just looking for action, right?
She's not going to
Yeah,
the basement.
she's-
She's reaching out with the spores. Sorry.
Okay.
Raya's on her way to the basement, but is checking everything on the way down.
Okay. Give me survival and/or perception checks, depending on what you're like. If you're Revia, it's gonna be survival. You're just kicking in doors, like looking for things that are moving, shanking, like that kind of stuff.
Sure, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
And you want a perception from me or something?
Yep, I'll get to you in just a second. You kick open a door, and as you kick in the door to the kitchen, and as you do, it's again kind of a mess. Pots and pans everywhere, like flour on the floor, all kinds of condiments all over the place. It's going to take hours to clean this place up. You do see elements. As you kick in the door, you see like movement under one of the main kind of islands that there's that people cook on, and yeah, that's pretty much what you registered with that. So just like a slight, like a little bit of a shuffle under the table there.
Does that sound like combat shuffle or like I'm trying to hide shuffle?
The latter.
From what she can pick up. The latter. Okay, gotcha. All right, then I think she's gonna just round that corner real quick and
Okay.
see what's going on.
Around the corner, the shuffle was under a table, so you'd have to
Yeah.
kind of look down.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. You see what looks like, well, it is one of the cooks just absolutely horrified, like just shaking uncontrollably, and not really relieved that a fucking raging Revia is like
Yeah.
under there, and there's a little bit of like apprehension, like, is this the last moment of my life kind of situation, is what you're getting.
Gotcha. Okay. With her true sight, it does look like a regular.
Correct. I will say your true sight doesn't
Guilty.
work on like doppelgangers, because that's actually how they look.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Because their
the
flesh
illusion-y
actually
stuff.
changed. Yep.
The illusion-y stuff she can check. Yeah. Does she recognize this one, or is it? Like...
Yeah. She's the one who makes a lot of the fruit smoothies and stuff like that you guys get.
Okay. So I think she just kind of looks over the corner and like just makes eye contact with her and waits for her to say something, if she would, or is she just like terrified and shaking?
She's horrified. Like, she's seen the murder of probably a good chunk of her fellows, and is likely survived by hiding, and is at her wit's end. So I'll roll a wisdom to see if she can shake herself out of it. That's a negative. She is absolutely locked up at this point.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be responding to you other than like, don't kill me eyes.
I think she's going to I guess through the spores just ask, has everything been secured? Have we found any others? And while she's looking at the lady, she'll just say, just wait here. Stay safe. And she'll, like, turn
She
back.
kind of shakily points her hand towards one of the pantries.
Oh, okay. Then just help me out. What kind of pantry we got here? Is it like a built into the wall pantry?
This
is it
is-
like a
this
cupboard
is a-
separate from it, or?
This is a New England blue blood.
Oh,
You got to
okay.
use both hands to open this motherfucking pantry, and it goes back like 30 feet.
Oh, it's like a closet, like full of. Gotcha.
It's a
Okay.
pantry for
Good.
like a kitchen, not like
I hear you.
a person's house. Yeah.
Well, then there's. Guess what door is about to get kicked in? The pantry door, baby. Yeah, she's gonna try and. She's just for clarity too, though. Like, she's gonna try and kick it in the center of it, with the
Okay.
intention that if it breaks and if there's any innocent there, she doesn't want to like bust it off its hinges and send it in that direction. It's more just like, we're just gonna Kool-Aid man through the middle of it so it splinters and she can walk in. So that's the intention.
Please give me an athletics check.
Yeah, no problem. Still raging. Advantage.
Roll for oh yeah.
Roll for oh yeah.
Revia runs up, shoulder charges clean through the door, leaves a Revia-shaped hole, which is immediately opened up by a Zolan-sized hole as he flows through it into a dark. It's only lit by the ambient kind of lighting from the kitchen that's here, but your dark vision more than enough makes up for it. As you come in, give me an intimidation check, unintentional. We'll just give you one if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. Oops. Okay, there we go.
You watch as one of the boxes, what looks like of jam based on how it's labeled, it moved when you came in.
I think she'll look at it for a second and then just Chester.
You don't get any response.
She will. It's just like a regular storage size box on like a gigundous thing.
It's a big. Everything here is industrial because that's how they're a food company essentially, right? So this is probably like a 3x3 cube.
Oh, okay, so it's pretty big. If there's a lid or a latch or something, she's gonna use her short sword to kind of try and open it up a little bit.
You open up the lid, and the only thing you see are these two deep red glowing eyes just staring back at you in hatred.
That looks pretty Zelstophany, huh?
Yep, that checks.
All right. The two eyes are gonna get a lava lash between them.
Okay. Give me an attack roll, please.
Sure.
Okay, with a 29 that absolutely hits.
Yeah.
Excellent. This one was also wounded, and I'm gonna say, I mean, its head is you'd have to work not to hit its head. So I'm just gonna add that to the damage essentially. With that kind of damage to someone's cabeza, and they're already hurt. That's enough to kill them for sure.
Great.
You're kind of just coup de grace in the box, and it just begins to, dissolve into its other form. I will let Euphemi, I don't know what you're up to, but you did hear yet another crashing of a wooden door where Revia was going in there. A little bit of hesitation and then silence.
At this point, she's kicked every door, so that's not unusual at all. But she did, as I said, try to check in on everybody over the spores while she was scanning. Did she find anybody?
Assuming the connection was made, Roland would have. Yep, we're sweeping the house. D'Artagnan's fine.
Oh, good. But yeah, are we finding anybody?
Found one disguised as a cook.
Great. Yeah, that sounds familiar. And she's getting flashbacks of shooting up in the bathroom. But yeah, she's, like I said, she's putting an eye in every room she goes to just to see who's in there first before she even bothers heading in.
Okay.
And every time she pings people, she is calling it out to Revia.
Okay. You're on the first floor, correct?
She was on the second with Revia, right?
Or Revia ran down to the first floor.
We came down. We cleared out the second floor and then started our way down.
Oh yeah, then we're on the first floor, Nana.
Okay. There is. Give me a survival roll just to see how you approach this.
Survival.
Survival.
Okay. I approach it badly.
I mean, that's a good roll. It's your bonus is awesome.
What? No, I rolled No, that's not a good roll at all.
I mean, the total is good. The roll was good.
Oh yeah.
All right, so you kind of methodically go through this door by door. You do find some of the help kind of huddled and terrified. One of a closet adjacent to the mess hall, which is used for storing tables and extra things for events and things like that. You do find one lone guard who is guarding probably 4 or 5 other people who help around the Gelatini Manor. When the eye goes in, it kind of swats at the eye a little bit out of panic, not knowing what it is.
I mean, it just looks like a glowing butterfly, but sure.
Yeah, these guys have been attacked by
No, I know.
those stuff and are horrible. Like you don't know who to trust. So it's definitely like if you're not behind me, you're an enemy, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, it does swat at it, but yeah, if you wanted to kind of speak with them, you can. But beyond that, that's really the only people of like real note that you can find in this vicinity.
She will, but as she's like walking in towards the room, she's gonna be like, Revi, I found a group. She's gonna tell how many are in the group. And she's like, I'm gonna quiz them and see if they're good, but if you could get over here and look at them, then. But yeah, she's gonna head in and
She'll communicate that she can't see through doppelganger shifts. I think in true her fashion, she wouldn't elaborate.
I could see through it. It's just mad.
I can't tell, and that's it.
But yeah, she's gonna go in and immediately like look over the group. But first, hands raised. Like, friend, you remember me, right? You better remember me. She's like inciting the guard and everybody.
Okay.
Watching them and seeing who's 50 and why. Like,
Give me a persuasion check.
you got it, sir.
You are trying to disarm them verbally at this point. Well, 27 is. I've seen you before. Yes, I have. I would say good evening, but it's been anything but. What's going on?
She's gonna explain what she knows about like how many they've taken out so far. That we found one of them. They're okay. She's not even using names because she's just like these fuckers are probably. There's at least one in this group. She's imagining, and she's again just kind of talking to the guard and playing off the fact that she is definitely scanning every one of these people and waiting for a slip up.
All right. Can you give me your insight as well?
Yes, sir. I couldn't think of you. You want that now? All right, I'm gonna put it there. There it is.
Perfect. Insight. I mean, outside of the guard is terrified too, but it's one of those like I'm just gonna man up and deal with this for the next 30 years. But right now, I'm focused on whatever comes through this door. Everyone behind him is absolutely horrified because you have to remember, even here, you can hear bodies hitting the roof, people screaming outside, flames. Like it is, like this is the one corner of safety that they have in this whole city as far as they understand it. So it is a horrifying situation. But there don't seem to be anybody here who's acting out of turn or suspicious in any way. I will say two things for her with that insight. You're inciting also the kind of situation. One, the Zelastophan are extremely good at what they do, right? It's like they're trying to infiltrate people who infiltrate people, right? So just inciting them might not be enough, but the other half of that coin is if they were here to do damage, they would have just killed these people, right? It doesn't make a ton of sense to let them live. So you got that little dichotomy to kind of deal with. But as you're mulling that over, everyone in this area starts to hear very loud, like outside the house towards the kind of south corner of that particular street. And with that happening, I'm going to take a break that's an hour overdue. I deeply apologize. I didn't realize the time until just now. So sorry, Foos. My bad.
That doesn't know time.
We started late.
Okay.
Get out of here.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're gonna take our break then. I don't know, 10 minutes or so. Then does that sound good?
Yeah, 10 minutes works. Yep.
Okay. Well,
Unless you guys
can
need more
round
time.
up. Let's say 11:20 because it's almost 11:10.
Yep.
Okay. We'll be back.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Holy shit, we're live and on time. That is a first for the Legacy channel. It's mostly my fault, I'll say, but sometimes it's Kit's fault. But I'm glad back and black apparently.
I've been sitting here for 5 minutes. Don't come on me with that. Come on. I am on time. Come on.
It's almost as if we have a reason not to have known that.
Being yelled at from the shadows.
Okay. We left with the sounds of very loud vibrations coming from the south towards the manor. I'm going to go back to Theron and crew who are currently trying to suss out the dungeon downstairs. How are you guys going about this?
Did I get anything on my investigate or my insight?
Oh, I didn't send the fucking reply. Yes, it's not him going in. It has to do with the Shoth pool, but not with him like going into it.
Okay.
You saw several broken like jars essentially. It likely has to do with that.
Okay. We're sweeping everybody. They getting the verification, and yeah, they're getting
Sweeping everybody. Okay.
they're getting a
Okay.
random number, and I would like to say that because Rollum has a great memory when it comes to being places, hopefully he can remember people's faces and the number he gave them as just to suss them out.
He's number one.
Can't
He's
you just
okay.
see through the nonsense with your witch sight?
He can. It's just to help assist with like the other nonsense.
Okay, so your guiding star is Rollum as he is trying to suss out people. I was asking you how you were going about it, Theron. Are you just following his lead?
I mean, I
Using
got a
something
guy
else?
who can detect him. If he doesn't like the look of one, we'll lightning it
Sounds good. Okay.
or stab it as the vibe, grabs us.
I don't like the cut of your jib. Okay, so you are you good?
I read his fucking message. I'm
Oh,
good.
okay. I was like, what did I miss? All right, so you're rolling downstairs. Give me survival and perception checks, as I imagine you're just kind of following basic protocol to search and
Who's giving you those checks?
both of you, anyone who's downstairs. So that'd be Quinn, Rollum, and Theron.
Survival and perception, you say?
Yes, please.
Jeez.
Oh, that's why he made the character.
Talent.
Joe
Yep.
figured it out.
Oop.
That one.
No, I accidentally whispered Ben.
It can get worse, guys.
Okay. With some nat ones, you guys are doing well. The prison is very empty, and there wasn't really much in here to begin with. There was the body of the dwarf that was the dwarf slaver that you guys assassinated, rezzed, and then kind of got killed again. He's no longer here. The rest of this place is pretty quiet, except for one area that Roland rolls into. It looks like kind of like a wooden crate, very big wooden crate. But Roland, you see it as a treasure chest, who has the opening face of it towards the wall. And it's roughly of the kind of the same size. It's like a maybe 2.5 foot long chest, probably like 18 inches wide. But that's
What?
it's
I see a treasure chest.
you see a treasure chest that is taking the form of a crate, a wooden crate.
I would love to know what Foos is thinking right.
Is this Chester or whatever his name is?
Yeah, with your perception check, you notice the back of his head is Chester, as he is somewhat scared. It looks like, and it's like one of those things where he's like facing the wall because he doesn't want to see what's going on.
That's aw.
But yeah, you've identified a transformed Chester. For those who don't know, Chester is a mimic that they found in the dungeon, who's a bit of a bookworm and not much for fighting.
What is this with this channel and not just killing mimics on sight like you're supposed to?
Because Nenner makes the most endearing mimics in the world.
Anyway, I shout mimic and shoot it with lightning. No,
Shout,
Not a monster.
but yeah, you see that.
Roll does a diving tackle to make your lightning miss by a smithers of hair. No, Roland will. Chester. It's okay, buddy.
Your persuasion check, please.
Damn it. Do I have any books
It's
for me to read?
Rolos. He has like 37 passive perception or persuasion. He's good.
I have 30. Yes, I have 37 passive persuasion owners. I should not have to roll.
37 passive persuasion. Yes, that. Okay, so with a little bit of persuasion, is that you? You hear at first like a no. Just. I'll tell you. Yeah, it's me. It's. Is that you?
I feel like with the no roll, I'll be like, well, shoot. First off, does he remember Chester eating anything? Like, was there anything that Chester was like fond of?
You know,
food-wise?
he's very well fed here.
Like, I don't know. What does he eat? Does he eat like regular
Like
food?
how
Or is it like
ambiguous that
coins?
was.
He eats knowledge.
He eats
He
knowledge,
loves-
yeah. He, as with most mimics, they're equal opportunity. He seems to enjoy the fruits and the jams that they have here, because it's a lot more flavor than he's used to in dungeons. But that's essentially, I think, the other thing you can recall food-wise about him.
If you say so, he's very well fed. Sounds like these guys take a lot of political prisoners, and they've got a really convenient way of getting rid of them. And this guy's question: can we trust this guy? All right, Mister feeds people to mimics.
Darn.
To be fair, we did bring the mimic to them.
And then they clean the area with gelatinous cubes, so there's no evidence.
Oh my god, D&D murder.
It's fine because the cubes wiggle.
Roll will just be like, well darn, like with the no initially, like, well darn. I know Revive would be very happy to see a certain Chester.
The box moves like kind of slightly. It's like,
What are we doing?
Oh yes, sorry. This is not our friend Chester.
No, I understand that you've befriended a mimic. I don't understand why we're taking the time.
You don't know it's a mimic. Get out of here. You just see a box.
It moved. And responded to your question.
Yeah, I was like, it moved and said words. So, like,
It's obviously Solid Snake.
it's me, it's Chester. He turns around and he's just like, I still got it.
Roll's just gonna like do his best to act surprised. Let's give him a full. Let's see how well he does this.
It's not high
Shocking.
DC. He's not very.
It's like uncle quality, like role play right now. It's just the oh no, is that my niece?
It's really scary here. Like those unseelie assassins are back.
Wait, can you see them? Can you
Yeah.
tell when they?
How do you think other mimics see each other? We have to be able to see.
Theron, you want to take Chester here and sweep rooms A, B, and C, and I'll sweep the rest of them.
He's new. Who's he?
He's Theron.
Pleasure to meet you.
Baron Blackwood. It's certainly an experience to meet you.
He likes to read.
I love to read. Do you have any books?
On me? I own many a tome, but I do not carry my library with me.
That's probably a good idea. You hear another kind of rumbling sound of give me. Actually, no, you don't need to. It sounds like really large footfalls are outside the manor proper, and you guys being underground are probably more sensitive to the shocks that are happening as they walk around.
Either those ships have made it inland, or your ents have arrived.
Let's hope it's the latter.
There's ships on land.
Continue sweeping.
Oh, right. That's what I was looking for, is whether you wanted to go address that, but we're doing this. Also, I just want to take a step back and address the uncle quality roleplay for a second. I have a niece and a nephew, and just because they didn't believe me when I tried to convince them it was illegal to put ketchup on corn dogs, doesn't mean that it wasn't excellent roleplay. I committed to the bit.
It's
I
not
got my
about heart.
brother-in-law, not
It's
their
about
dad,
results.
another uncle. We kept it up for the whole weekend. It was great.
That is adorable.
That is awesome.
They did not for a moment believe me.
That's why I say uncle quality.
Yeah, just because they're smart doesn't mean I was bad. It was the
Right.
ludicrous premise, but
That's
I
what I'm
had
saying.
bylaws and I referred to like court cases.
He rolled above average. He didn't do bad. He was just. It's easily.
Did you say
deciphered.
above average? You rolled a 5.
I mean,
Okay, so-
after everything's counted up.
Just to be clear, you're holding Chester and are using him as like a bad guy.
He can't move.
I mean, he can, but he's a chest. He's not gonna move as fast as you guys.
Well, he's a fox, technically.
Yeah, I mean,
When he turned around,
I
he
can't
went
carry
back.
him. I can tell you that much.
It's
How
not.
big
It's
is
like
a fox?
it's not big. It's like
That's a lot.
that's a lot. It's up to you. I don't care who carries.
When
it.
I
I'm not
built,
sure.
I built a political stabby machine. I didn't build a heavy lifting boxman.
Listen,
Okay.
Roland
I mean,
doesn't need to be able to see that shit, and our paladin is like fucking a recovering broken mess. So you're the most able-bodied to carry this bad boy.
Quinn, wait, you were gonna say something?
I mean, if Darren wouldn't do an offer to carry him, I think Quinn would. He's fond of
I'm
weird
down with that.
creatures.
Okay, yeah, Quinn, you have no problem. He's like, oh, you're quite strong. Okay, yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Where are we going?
It's going all right. I am a little hurt right now, but I think I can carry you. It'll be fine.
What kind of pain are you going through? I've been reading a lot of medical books.
My body rearranged itself and back a couple minutes ago.
I love that he's saying this to a mimic.
That sounds. We do that all the time, but you guys have like.
I'm not built for it, I think.
Yeah. I don't know how you survive. Hey, if you're feeling a lot of like skeletal muscular issues, I've read that baths with Epsom salt are excellent.
I really thought he was going to be like, oh, I was just reading about puberty. Don't worry, it's perfectly natural.
Oh, no.
You seem a bit old to be going through puberty, but.
Does Rolos make a face at the mention of Epsom salt?
But yeah, he'll have like. And are you guys going to split up or going to stay together? How do you want to essentially do this?
I imagine if it's like hallways with rooms, like Problem's taking the left side, they're taking the right side. But however, whatever plays
that
out,
works.
we're not going to be like too far away from each other. We're just Problem's on the left. Clear.
So stop it. I love it. You mean the zealous dolphins? Correct. It's a bunch of dolphin chaplains running through here, smashing people. All right, so if you don't mind, each give me a investigation or perception, whichever you prefer.
Okay, Niner, this is where I tell you. Ooh.
Okay. Also, roll me a d20 plus 6, please.
That's for Chester. So
That
get
is
it.
for
Go,
Chester.
get after it, Quinn.
Am I rolling that or no?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Yeah, do it. Do it
I
again.
would roll, but I roll Dookie, and I don't want to take that away from Chester.
Do it.
What the-
13. I also rolled Dookie.
Oh,
You rolled he was 2 keys.
13 does not Dookie. Get out of here.
All right, so you guys are. One is using your flashlight, and the other one is.
Your 13 got us a cat butt. Be happy.
I will say, for the sake of brevity, with the two of you guys kind of sweeping this area, there's no real like stone unturned unless there's some other secret area you guys are unaware of. But as far as you can tell, with those rolls and kind of, I imagine, overlapping and being very thorough, you don't find anyone else in here. It is, they've either escaped or are dead or one of the puddles on the ground. That's essentially your thing. So for in terms of the basement level, it is clear.
Is Rolo still slurping everything inside?
Not everything. He was just doing the blood trails. He wouldn't. He would only exsanguinate things that are known to be bad, and the things that are known to be bad are disappearing. So, here you go, Kit.
Aw.
I think the whole time that they're walking around, he'd be asking him questions. I don't think he's seen many mimics in his life. He likes animals, so he'd be like,
Yeah, sure.
"So how are you able to see? Where are your eyes?"
Right here, and you see his eyes kind of like roll up to the back so you can see him. And just
Nice.
like a big.
And you wanted me to carry him? There'd have been no conversation.
I can't see what's going on in front of me now, but congratulations, you're not a changeling.
Oh, you can put your eyes back.
Rolls back.
But no, he'd be asking him questions like that, like what do you eat? Where are you from? How many are you? Are you friendly with your people? That kind of shit.
Yeah.
Problem is, don't distract him.
Yeah.
He's trying to find the zealous dolphins.
I would actually say from a role play perspective that explains both of your roles because you guys are busy talking to each other, not entirely focused. But I'll say at the end of that, I imagine you return back to D'Artagnan. Where are you going after that?
Is this considered the entire house is swept?
The entire basement floor is swept.
Are there 3 floors total? Basement, first, and second?
Yes.
Okay. Roland would just touch base with the Ryan crew and be like, let them know when we finish the basement. Let them know that we found Chester. Just constant updates going back and forth, asking if they need help up top, if they're good, and wherever we meet, he's not stopping until the entire house that he knows of is swept.
Cat.
Can't.
It's
okay,
Thor.
So you're sleeping. Ravaya, how are you responding to that?
Opening Google Play Store.
I'm opening the Google's Play Store, apparently. No, but Ravaya would confirm first floor and second floor swept as best we could. Seems safe now. Heading out to the tree ants. But she's hearing the thuds, I imagine, as well,
Yes.
of approaching footsteps. So yeah, she's gonna hop out to the front door and just kind of see if they're on
I'll
the
meet you
way.
at the stairs. I got your stuff.
Okay.
As you approach the door, you watch kind of suddenly as the upside down head of Snowfur comes down, dropping a not small amount of snow at the front, at the threshold of the door, as he's just kind of looking in. Hello, are you guys? How you doing in there?
Things seem better now. You were helping people on the way in, right? You saw some?
Yeah, we were feeding them good berries.
Okay.
That's
Did you
adorable.
see a changeling woman while you were out there? Paladin.
I didn't see any shapeshifters or changelings. It's mostly been humans, dwarves, some half elves. Although a surprisingly short amount of actual elves.
I think we need to see if we can reach her. And I'm assuming Ashburn is behind him or near him.
Yeah, you hear Ashburn kind of moving in the background.
Okay. Also, are there any more people coming through the gate, or does it look like any more came through, or I don't know, I guess.
There's been
Gotta
probably
go.
like another dozen people come through, likely due to the fact that there's 2 treants
Yeah,
there
yeah.
and are very visible. Like they tower over the
They're
building.
beacons
line,
now, yeah.
Yeah, they are kind of coming over to that particular area.
Expect me to trust the devil?
Okay.
Trust
Gotcha,
her now.
gotcha. I think through the spores she'll ask, Cecilia still not been found. We can search for her though. If the Gelatini Manor is safe, then we have others we can help.
Roland was doing what are they called? Suicides. So he runs up top, drops off the gear, runs back down so he can talk to D'Artagnan.
Euphemie, in the meantime, once she starts hearing the footfalls getting closer, she knows the guards and the people are going to be like freaking the fuck out. So she's just doing her best to calm them down and be like, no, don't worry. It's tree ants. They're friends. See? It's just like pointing at the window.
There's a big tree
What's it
foot
like?
comes down.
They're here to help. Everything's fine.
Give me a persuasion check, please.
Does she get advantage if she says they got good berries?
Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it.
The average like city dweller wouldn't know what that is. Well, the 22, that's absolutely more than enough. It's like, okay.
I'm a bit.
All I can hear now is "Welcome to Goodberry, home of the Goodberry. Can I take your order?"
Oh my god.
But yeah, you were able to kind of calm, I guess, the general just people in the vicinity that these are friendly folk, and they can tell there's people gathered around them. They don't seem to be obviously attacking them in any way. So anyone who has a line of sight on at least Ashburn realize he's not hostile.
Cool. I guess Euphemia will do her best to. She's gonna, let the people go and head over to Rolos to try to rendezvous with him and get her gear back.
All right. The gear is being dropped off in a pile, I imagine. I will say, Snowfur still kind of looking at Revia there. Hey, the druids are waiting for you, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to see who we can help before we get there.
We can get you there, by the way.
Oh,
You need a ride. I assume you need a ride.
yeah, actually, that wouldn't be a terrible idea.
Okay.
But she's gonna collect her things. I don't think she's gonna re-equip anything just yet because they're still like mid-action. But I think she's just gonna be like, all right, in my bag of holding, I have my things now again. And yeah, I think the first thing she's gonna ask actually is just kind of looking at Snowfur. Would you mind just giving me a better view? She's hoping that he will pick her up so that she could at least just see if she could see if Celia is anywhere. Is it Cecilia or Celia? I keep getting them mixed up now. It's
Cecilia,
right?
Is
Cecilia.
Revia gonna do the
Yeah.
Thor?
Yeah, like if he just kind of holds me up, like the Statue of Liberty, and I'm up there with Zola, just.
Yeah. His long arm kind of roots its way into the door and then offers you to stand on it, and he'll carefully extract you and then Statue of Liberty you
Fantastic.
above the city. So you're looking for Cecilia specifically.
Correct.
Okay.
Or any signs of her, because she knows she's a radiant pally, so like any damage that looks like it had been done to any undead folk that she can recall, look similar, anything like that. But
given the nature of the scene, it is a disadvantage because it's extremely difficult. But let's go for it. Sure.
No problem. Oh shit.
Holy shit.
That's his disadvantage.
Disadvantage 31, baby.
That's amazing. Okay. Gotta love high level play. At a 31, looking around, again, chaos all over the place. It is beginning to subside a little bit. You actually see a troop of paladins who are being trailed by their war horses that have been hitched to either kind of like carts, like not like carts for people to sit in, like actual carts that like you put stuff on. And they're kind of using them as like mobile triage areas, and they're grabbing people and throwing them on, and like you immediately see some of the city begin to kind of come together. But unfortunately, even with the kind of paladin presence, you don't see anything that is specific to Cecilia, unfortunately. There's no sign of her, either physically or in terms of remains or whatever that she does in terms of damage. And you haven't seen the typical like lightning strikes that come from her smites.
Okay. She'll over the spores. No sign of Cecilia near this place. Do we have any way of locating her quickly?
Roland will ask D'Artagnan. Have you tried scrying?
I've tried everything. Anything that's arcane and within my knowledge, I cannot find her.
She praised the tear?
Yeah.
He's asking. Like.
Oh, sorry.
That was
Have you? Look, you've been around Cecilia for more than 5 minutes and didn't know she worshipped Tyr?
Listen, I'm verifying. Listen, sir. Listen. It's okay to want to leave. We do not have to use 4-wheel drive. Hello. You're still using 4-wheel drive. Mwah. Okay. Whew. All right. Roland will kind of like. He's gonna look over D'Artagnan. He's like, of the two of us, which one of us do you think is more religious?
Oh, I don't. Look, I've seen you do a lot of strange shit, so I don't know. I'm not pretty much religious at all. Don't tell Cecilia, but you know.
Roland will kind of close his eyes, and fucking Sir Turiel was also he also was a paladin of Tyr, right? No? Okay.
I believe he was Hieronius, based on.
Oh, that's
his...
right, Hieronius. 100%. I knew that. Anywhoots, Roland's gonna count.
Have you not taken a heraldry course at all in your life?
Finally, no.
Who
Roland
educated you?
close his eyes. I'm trying to concentrate. And in his best, proper, polite voice, he's gonna try and reach out the Tyr. I'm assuming at severe disadvantage.
God.
You're reaching out to Tyr.
Oh my word!
Just casual.
You know what? It's a solid plan. Very few people will be praying right now.
I just want to point the DC. It's if you get a 5 or less, you get some kind of connection.
Mm-hmm.
Out of a D100.
Okay, we'll see. He would try. All right.
All right, Flanny, just suck like you normally do. Come on.
I mean, I'm normally around 33s, plus or minus a
Exactly.
few.
Just get lower than that, man. Just lean into it.
Damn it!
I said lean into it.
Kid coaching is what it is. You're rolling the dice wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, you're 70 points off, so the didn't quite. It's you reach out and kind of what like I believe what Joe was saying kind of comes into your head too. It's just like there are thousands of people calling out for help right now. Somebody who's calling out on a whim, who's not even a worshiper, and probably hasn't done things that Tyr would be really cool with, is likely.
I get it.
Not even on the
I get it.
Yeah.
Help the family! Help it! Oh, hey, you Tyr?
Your prayer is very important to us.
To us.
Please stay on the line. The representative will be with you shortly.
Can I use a collect funds?
Yes. Tyr's gonna make you pay him back though.
No, my girl Cecilia got me.
The best part about that bit is after some hold music, you'll then get an ad for the Church of Tyr telling you that members can skip the line and get priority queues.
Oh, reached out while just thinking Cecilia and hope that you got it that way.
Oh man! All right. Have you ever heard of a busy toad? I think I'm getting a busy toad.
Look, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're not what Tyr usually looks for.
No, I know.
no
I know. I figured to give it a shot. So she's either really close to the center of this not greatness, or all right. Ravaya, hello. Is this thing on?
What do you want?
They can't reach to it. They tried everything. They've tried. I almost said searing. Fucking.
Crying.
That's the word. Yep. I need sleep. They've tried scrying. They've tried sending. I imagine she's either very close to the epicenter of this bullshit, or not here.
Well, we know where she started. We can at least start there. I'm gonna be leaving soon, unless you need something here.
On the way.
Uh,
Roll. Oh, God. Go. No, you go.
Okay.
No, you!
We're like those two people in the door who are like, but she'll kind of readdress Snowfur. It's not quite on the way, but I have a location that I want to at least walk in the direction of and see if I can find anything about her. She's important. Could you walk me there?
Yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right, hold on. And he's gonna start carefully. And this is very much like an adult tiptoeing through like a child's like playroom, like trying not to step on people. Trying to obviously fire is not his friend, so he's trying to stay away from that.
Yep.
Beware the Legos, yeah.
But as he's walking, he's like, okay.
Yeah, no, she's just leading or like pointing him in the direction of the butcher shop, because she knows that that's about where she left anyway. So if she can find any clue as to like where she might have headed out from there, she knows that it's like fucking chaos. But if there's literally anything, any trail she can pick up, that's what she's gonna work off of.
Give me a survival check just to kind of describe where you're going. I know Ravaya knows where she's going, but if she can.
Yeah.
Noise.
Okay.
Bye. You're doing so great today.
Are you just taking a little field trip while we're all still at Gelatini's?
Yeah, I mean, I'm broadcasting through the spores that I'm heading out. But
If you're doing a thing, that's fine. I just want to make sure that's what's happening.
yeah. She's like, I'm leaving now. Unless you need me, then like I'm going.
Gotcha.
I will say it's usually like an hour and a half ish, almost 2 hour walk. With a treant, it cuts it down quite a bit. So it'll probably be closer to like a 30-ish minute.
Don't forget, the city's in ruins, so he doesn't have to be as careful.
He's running, man. It's a 1 hour, it's a 30-minute walk, but he's fucking hauling.
I feel like we all haven't seen Lord of the Rings. They don't move very quick.
Just move. I was gonna say, Euphemie, after she's done calming the people, would it use wild shape to go into burb form? Any burb, doesn't matter. And pretty much just fly over and see if she can. Well, she can obviously spot the giant tree ant moving around.
Yes.
And kind of like through the spores, be like, "It's me," and land on the tree ant shoulder and just see.
Okay. Yeah, that's no problem. He welcomes you there, and the three of you will be walking over there. So again, it's say half hour ish to get.
Yeah.
to
Also,
that.
if anyone is like, I'm coming, like, obviously she would wait for them or whatever, but she's trying to leave as soon as possible. But there's no intention of like, fuck you.
Yeah, I think
Let's just roll him.
I think Quinn would go along as a fellow paladin, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
I think he would. What would you do with Chester, though? Would you just give him
You can bring him with you. You can leave him upstairs. He likes books, and he usually hangs out in the library upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he would drop him out there first.
Okay. He would thank you very much. This is my favorite place to have this. Well, good luck, and we'll hopefully I'll see you again. And you tell me about all your stories.
I'll try.
And don't forget Epsom salt. Really warm water.
Warm water. Okay.
As warm as you can handle.
Okay.
And some Epsom salt. You're a human, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's the way to go. Yep.
Right.
I think elves need like rosemary or something. Anyway, you go. I'll see you soon.
It was a pleasure meeting you. Is
Likewise.
there a window nearby you can try to go out of, or no?
Not in the library. If you go down, it's honestly the more you just go downstairs right out the front door.
Yeah, he can climb walls. This guy's gonna try and find a shortcut.
Oh, if you climb walls, if you go out the room, make a left. There's a window. I mean, if it's not, it's like a decorative window. I don't know if we can open it without breaking it.
Okay.
Depends on, if you really gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, he's gonna run up and try to catch him before they leave.
Okay, so that's not a problem. You can catch him full sprint. He would reach down and say, "Come on, little one," and like just pick you up, put you on his shoulder. There's despite the fact that it is light, like it just is the beginning of winter, there is a ridiculous, copious amount of snow on him. So you can take shelter under some of his leaves if you want. You can sit in the snow if that's what you want to do.
Is Quinn sticking right?
He is sticking. Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yep.
So they're taking a half hour to do this.
Yes.
Are the gelatinis doing anything productive? Or are they also... that sounds cold, but we're all looking for one person, and I'm sure she's great. But unless she's going to fix all of Waterdeep, I have bigger priorities.
Oh, I got you. The
It's understandable if that's who they're focused on, because it sounds like she'd be family. So if the gelatinis aren't doing something like, here's our plan to take care of what's happening right now for the whole city, I gotta go do other shit.
Oh, no, understood. Aloysius at this time is outside beginning to kind of help organize the refugees, as we like to say. There's a pile, like an absolute pile of good berries on the ground that are that have been generated by the treants, and he's now beginning to help the people who work at the gelatini estate are also that aren't obviously wounded or emotionally damaged are outside assisting in handing that kind of stuff out. They're beginning to kind of set up like a safe haven essentially here with Ashburn kind of behind them. He has a gigantic sword, and it's just basically like a "don't fuck me" attitude. So fuck with me attitude kind of situation. So there's no the threat of violence seems to be lessened when he's around, at least. But yeah, he's beginning to do that. Anything internal is being handled by D'Artagnan at the moment. So.
Okay.
There is efforts beginning to help the people of the city at the moment, but it's just like we also need to get our house in order. I don't want to invite people who need help here to have them get shanked by an assassin kind of situation.
So they're kind of doing some stuff, and it's good stuff. There's also flaming demon things flying around.
Correct.
Well, not necessarily flying, but about. Presumably, the military guard, whomever, has a way to communicate now that magic is quasi back.
Correct. It does seem, and I think you would also have seen the the parade of paladins. Give me a religion check.
The parade of paladins.
Yep.
It's just fun to say.
Okay, awesome. It looks like a combination of Helm and Tyr paladins who've and it makes sense because their temples are nearby, who have apparently been going around and trying to both help survivors and provide relief to the defenders. So there does seem to be at least semblances of organized resistance happening now that magic has returned.
I don't know how much I know about how Waterdeep does things like logistics and communication, but those are the two things that, if lost, turns everybody into an individual rather than a collective. So without magic, I mean, then that could just go down again. So there's not a whole lot we can do to whatever. But if any of that is actual infrastructure that got busted up a bit and could fail even with magic, then maybe that's my priority. Otherwise, it's flaming demon skeletons.
Okay.
Either way, it's going to involve finding a guard type and being like, hey, I'm not just a civilian. I can help. There's more of me.
Okay.
We're part of a group. How do we do? What do you need?
The guard would
Even
be
better if I could find anybody from the Lord's Alliance or the whatever other name was for it. But
okay. All right. First, I guess roll me a persuasion just to, okay, good. So he's like, oh, okay. Yeah, we're, we have a some kind of arcane disaster zone where the academy was. We haven't heard anything from there. No one's heard officially from the lords yet. As far as I know, although I'm just a regular guard, I'm not anything. I did see a few Pegasus Knights fly over, so we still have some of them. In terms of what to prioritize, the obviously the dock area got hit pretty hard. The trade area got hit pretty hard. The ward, at least, if you wanted to go down there. I would just say help whoever you can at this point. There's just so much to be done. It's difficult to prioritize, but could be.
Okay, well, that to me says I gotta check my posture. But then after that, if people haven't heard from lords, command and chain of it is important. Because if people are, again, collective is important. So let's talk about finding them and either finding them dead and be like, okay, who's next? And informing them so that they can make some damn decisions. Or, hey, you're not dead. Great. Make some damn decisions. And let people know. So, some people are off looking for other people. So, to those that remain, which I guess is Karasu and Roland. This city has been fractured in more ways than one, and they are without their leaders. If we can find them and either restore them in contact or find their next in line, whatever is most appropriate, we can get them all working together instead of just fighting in individual pockets.
Roll is going to be like, that sounds great. I have no idea how to do that. I think we should probably focus on the bigger problem at hand. Looks up at ominous fucking whatever platform of Dreygoth bullshit.
It's heavily obscured by really, really dark, unnatural clouds at the moment. But yes, your point gets across.
Looks up at the clouds.
If you have a plan for it, I'm all for it. But the survival of Waterdeep is paramount. And I don't have a plan for that.
Okay, so you are more politically inclined than all of this team combined. So I'm going to give you some information. The majority of politicians or people of power usually gather at Castle Waterdeep. That's fairly common knowledge. Knowledge in regards to the... So there's open lords and there's masked lords of Waterdeep because they've had assassination issues before. The current open lord is Layrel Silverhand, and she's also a member of the Lords Alliance. She would typically be around that particular area or that kind of quarter of the map where the castle... I'm not looking. Hold on, let me put you on that map. Where Castle Waterdeep would essentially be. Get you over here. So if you wanted to see or like check in with people of power, that's where to do it. Most likely. Otherwise, it's Neil and the literal haystack here.
Yeah. Though I imagine if I didn't see it happen, I can infer that probably was a target.
Give me a survival check, if you don't mind.
Hey, you didn't need your reliable talent for that one.
Yeah.
She rolled like a real number.
Good job.
There is smoke coming from that particular direction. So there could be some level of concern. And just for those who are looking, the Castle Waterdeep is right here by the Fetlock Court. For those who are... That's the area that you're essentially looking for over there. It was close to the docks and obviously to the place that got hit really hard. But that's essentially where that would be. And that's ironically in the same direction that Snowfur is kind of going, because you guys are up here in House Gelatini. And it is... You guys are going that way, and then they would need to go this way.
So where's the butcher shop again?
The butcher shop is in the middle of the market.
Okay, got it. Yeah. That sounds familiar. Okay.
Hey,
Also, I heard mention of druids. What are we doing with druids?
I had a few questions if you don't mind.
Sure, let me just fill him in real quick. I'll get right to you. The druids, what you're doing is there's a meeting of the druids that they were assigned to that was going on tonight. And it's several of the circles that have combined to become the living circle. to deal with this environmental disaster that's happening. So you don't know maybe the details beyond that. I don't think anyone has sat you down and been like, "Hey, this is what we're doing," but
Mhm.
you're aware that it's on the itinerary. Maya, what's up?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. One, I wanted to say that when she was gearing up after Rolo's brought the gear over, she would actually have put the cloaks that they use when they get dropped in.
Okay.
She would have put one of those on because she knows magic is finicky and she's wild shaping. So if she falls, she has.
Okay. Sounds good.
The second part of that, she's going to be like flying, like pretty much going up and then flying around the tree ant as they're moving to see if she can like spot Cecilia or anything that needs immediate addressing.
Okay.
Kind of making a circle around the tree ant as they're moving towards the, their destination.
I do want to say for this, for any spots of an individual in this particular situation, for everyone, and I gave it to Revi as well. It's perception at disadvantage.
Mhm.
But I'm a giant eagle. Is it normal?
It's a disadvantage because it is super dark. There's smoke and fire everywhere, and there's hundreds of people in the streets.
I got that. I asked the question because they get advantage on their perception checks when it's sight based.
Oh, do they have dark vision?
That's a great question, Dinners. I didn't even consider that part. I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't see it on here, so I'm gonna. Yep, they just got the keen sight, and
So yeah, I would give you a flat roll if it was daylight, but with dark vision, with no dark vision, it's a disadvantage.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and roll that disadvantage check for you. All right, let's see what we get here. I can't really roll as a giant eagle yet, but I just rolled my current one, and put the disadvantage on, and there we go, and just -2 from that right there, because she's an eagle. So
Okay.
you gotta subtract the wisdom that's not there no more. I think that's how it works.
The
I
all right.
thought you kept your stats when you wild shaped.
Oh yeah, good point.
You keep your mind stats, but perception is still based off of, I think, the creatures.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Yeah, but like if you have to roll like whatever charisma check or
Yeah.
like saving throw or something, then it
Enter,
takes
yeah.
yours, not the creature. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Okay.
Get better.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very very difficult to see. It's chaos. Not only that, but you're looking for a changeling in a crowd like this.
Not even a changeling, just a knight in armor who is smiting things.
Yeah.
'Cause that's Cecilia.
Yeah, she would be at the center of the action. She's not someone who's usually discreet. I agree, but unfortunately, you don't see that any signs of her or her in general on the way down.
Okay.
So far.
The body rain has stopped completely by this point, right?
At this point, yes. I would say anyone who's kind of in the middle, you haven't seen any more unfortunate souls meeting the ground at terminal velocity.
That's nice. That's an improvement.
Yeah, no, it's a step in the right direction. All right,
Okay,
cool.
I'm done.
Okay, cool. So you guys are on your way. So, what are you guys doing in regards to Castle Waterdeep? Was that someplace you wanted to go, Joe? Baron?
That's my plan. I'm hoping I can get some people to come with me. If nothing else, there's going to be demon skeletons we can fight along the way, and be of practical help to individual people.
Is that your sales pitch?
More eloquent than that. But yes, that is the nature of my appeal. Because throughout, I've noticed that I'm very big picture, and y'all are very much the individual. So I'm going to appeal to the hero part. See, we can save some days. Isn't
Okay.
that nice?
Yeah. Let's. I will say, you would know that. All right, so all the time to get here, suss out the mansion. I'm going to say that's roughly about an hour, right? Give or take, maybe 45 minutes if I'm being generous. So you have basically like an hour, 15 minutes ish before you're supposed to be in the Waterdeep forest for the druid meeting. To kind of decide how the druids are going to react to this. So, I think my brain Theron is more like you have probably a better idea of like how long it takes to travel across the city and all that. If you're doing it on foot through a potential war zone, essentially, it's going to take you at least an hour and a half, possibly two, one-way trip on foot. You can get there through other means, or attempt to if you want. Just cut the time down, but that's what you're looking at.
Well, with that little time left, because the Ents are gonna do something to get us to the Druids, right? That's what's happening.
Correct. Yep.
And as much as it's important that Waterdeep gets taken care of, the Druids are going to be gathering to determine. Basically, we're going to an Ent moot to see if we can convince the Ents to storm Isengard, and that's a big deal. Because if they don't, the outcome of those movies is very different. So, as much as the urbanite is like we should protect the city, timing and bigger picture. Now I'm seeing the bigger picture. Basically, we just have to catch up with Ravia because otherwise we don't get to go to the Druid meeting.
There are 2 treants, only one left. The other one.
Oh, okay. All right. Well then, fuck it. Let's just. I'm going to, and you are welcome to join me. Just do bigger and bigger laps around this area to find any threats and deal with them to just make this area safer.
Okay, great. Why don't you give me a survival check?
And also just point, refugees who are cowering in shattered buildings that there's good berries over there.
There's a pile of good berries for you and all your friends.
Get over there for some good berries.
Go to the giant burning war tree for some good berries.
And then roll me 2 d20s, please.
Dos d20s?
Yep.
Dos or doce?
Dos.
Dos.
Okay. So 3 and 8. All right. I will say with the 27, you're able to kind of scout around the area. With your ability to fly and shoot, lightning at this point, it's not too difficult to engage with these skeletons and not take damage. So I'll say that you've probably taken out about 4 or 5 of these skeletal creatures that are running around trying to hunt people, and probably one of the cinder-looking ones that are roaming in this area, making it kind of significantly safer for you. The 8 situation was for the magic, so it does kind of a little bit, but you already have the wings and stuff, or the wing cape essentially that'll help you from crash landing completely. I'm not terribly worried about that because we've kind of gone over that a bit, but I will say you do dip a little bit as magic cuts out yet again in the middle of your search, and everyone would feel that. This magic kind of drains from the city. You see all like whatever magical lights are available kind of flicker, but it does eventually come back. And with that, you're able to kind of hunt down some peeps and maybe guide a few that seem lost or, in a destroyed home or something that clearly won't survive the night. Like, hey, come over to the Gelatinis and ferry them over. As for Roland, what are you up to?
I feel like Roland was like doing the yeah, that sounds good. Good luck. Doing the back to the real work. No, not really. But he's gonna talk with, I guess, D'Artagnan and Deet, and so. What is the plan to fix? I know he has his. I think it's a portal to Athos up there. I have no idea how to get there, let alone how to destroy it. I think we got the druids. This is inopportune.
That's putting it lightly. I don't. Well, us terrestrial folk are going to have a hard time getting up there without flying normally. So the only other option, if you don't trust magic, is to use those who can fly naturally. Or psionically could be an option. I don't know of any who could do that.
I was just say, great. Do you have an army of those? Whatever it may be.
You have an army of those. Not even guy. No, do you have 700 just in your back pocket?
If I had an army, they would be here, sir. I assure you. You're gonna. I don't know if you have anyone who's capable of flying and happens to be powerful. Do you know any dragons?
I know of one. I don't know how he's doing. Actually, yes, I do. He's doing fine. He survived. He told me. He told me Henry was fine and he's good. Right? Right? He totally told me everything was okay. That is told me the dragon's okay.
The
you,
panic seeping
you
in.
know that Henry is okay. He's stuck
Henry.
in the.
I know Henry's okay.
Okay. Cardoon took a beating as far as Henry could tell, and was in a rough way. You don't know how he's recovering or what had specifically happened because obviously shit hit the fan when he got here. But he is alive in the very least.
Rolls, I know of one, but he's definitely not fit for this fight at the moment. I could, normally I could summon some from the Feywild. Perhaps we can
What about
find
that
another
really
way to bring him here?
that goofy lizard you like to grow to ride on?
Yeah, he's from the Feywild.
Oh,
I mean, if we could find a way to get them here without having to utilize the summon Fey portion of it, I guess get them here naturally or magically.
I think your answers are for a druid and not a wizard, sir.
I don't know if you feel me coming over.
Family's way out of range. They're on their way to the market.
You feel me? You feel me? Fuck. All right.
Spores. What is wrong with you?
That's my RP way of telling you that's what I'm doing.
Oh no.
This is Star Trek communicator tap.
I think Roll just like kind of scratching his head and is like, I don't know what to do. There's a lot. I mean, we could use magic to get up there temporarily, but it's been fluctuating. We seem to have a control over it now. I can only assume that was, I almost said Asganeth. Albach Ray. That's who. Yep. Because you kept saying some other name. I don't know. Any hoots.
I wish Asganeth was here. He'd be having a great time.
He'd be having a fucking great time. He would have zero empathy for what's going on and just be so happy to hit people.
I think we're all out of favors, if I'm being honest.
Well, it sounds like you need to go into debt then. Oh, the rest of us do.
Oh, I already have, and he like produces the contract. This was my payment for getting here so quickly.
Oh. All right.
Gotta read over that later.
Have you been to Mechanus?
Nope.
I'm sure it's awesome.
Sure, it's great. They can use their magic here. That at least is something.
Knowing them and knowing you, it's gonna drive you nuts. Anyway, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. Things are bad. Aloysius is more or less on a warpath. If you need anything from our house in the shambles that it is yours. I will say we cannot in good faith host the party here. So we're going to need to find an alternative for that.
I don't know if the party... Is the party still happening?
It's supposed to be tomorrow.
Aren't we in the end game?
Yes, but having some political leaders on our side might not be a bad idea. I do think my brother...
Oh, go ahead.
I do think my brother broke word to Neverwinter, so there might be some relief coming from there.
Roll just like, I don't know how this normally works, but I don't feel like there's time for that. Maybe there is.
I don't know. I don't have any good solutions for you. I'll go through my contacts, see if they know anything or anyone who could assist. What do you need besides flying? Anything specific?
We need a lot of things that we can't get. We had a tangle with Dreygoth in his demented form. The only thing that kept us on a level playing field was his betrayer was on our side temporarily. And as I said, I think she's... Well, Quinn's not here, right?
Yeah, Quinn's on the tree on the way over to find the pally.
Okay. I don't think she's gone per se, but I think she made it appear as such.
That's curious. Okay, so unreliable ally, possibly.
Oh, I think she made enough of a stir. I think we need to. I just wish I knew what it was he was doing up there, other than how did he circumvent the ward? How did he?
Well, I can tell you anything about wizards. Wherever they are, you're going to be fighting them at their strength. So wherever you fought them now, it's going to be way worse when you fight them up there.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. The only other, guess
You
we
need some
need people.
intelligence. You need bodies, or like
We need a lot.
like specialists.
Roland's gonna touch the cube real quick, and
There's
Are
a
you still there?
disheveled. Yeah, she's there. That's over, I think. You're on one piece.
are you? I understand if you need to stay with D'Artagnan.
He's done what was needed to be done. The rest is just repairs. We've called the rest of our clan over. They should be arriving in the city in a couple of days. Solidify our base here.
Well, then I guess we need to start making friends.
Friends who are willing to risk their lives within a couple of days of meeting is rare indeed. I think what you need to do is make some sales pitches.
Curious?
Look, a lot of people aren't looking for friendship, but people will fight to the death to defend their families. They don't have to like you. They just have to share your desire not to die or live a life of suffering.
Oh, that's fair. Perhaps we can use our experience in Athos to show them what's to come, potentially.
D'Artagnan's an illusionist. If you want a show, he can make it for you. Might be the first time he's ever useful.
I feel like Roland also has a dig, like, oh, I'm not nearly as good as D'Artagnan, but I'm also based on illusion. All right. I guess we're going.
Real quick, whenever I get back, I'm going to ask them for some writing materials because I have some thoughts.
Absolutely, no problem.
Oh no. It's amazing. Yeah, Roland's just gonna try and can you think of any reason why Cecilia wouldn't be like that? And he's like, this is closed conversation right now. This isn't out loud because he doesn't want to like talk about Cecilia being dead or not in front of family. It's just like, I think if she were dead outright, we would know, or we would at least get that answer quickly, right? She's got to be close to the fighter, the source of the anti-magic, I guess.
Not to be a downer, but death is obviously one way that she wouldn't be able to be found from a sending perspective. You could still technically scry. No, depends. D'Artagnan did everything that we knew how to locate them magically. So, if she's not dead in the abyss somewhere, or maybe not the abyss, but someplace like the Shadowfell or something, I don't know how she would get there, but just if she's still alive, she's in a place that is specifically shielding divination magic.
Does Roland know of any places that we've recently been that shield domination magic, maybe?
The Blessed Bulwark towards the south of the city does have the vault that you guys have been putting items in, like the cursed items.
Does it make sense she would? I don't think it makes sense that she would have been there.
Outside of that, Uh, maybe to a degree, Hallister might have something that could do something like that. And you have absolutely wronged him in the past, so maybe he.
Listen, he
And-
wronged us, all right? And then we had a weird mind flayer man who was like, you know what, this ain't, I'm gonna step in real quick. And we're like, cool, he gonna be real mad. He was gonna fuck with us first, okay? So don't act like we came in and just shit in his pie and left, all right?
Shit in his pie. Oh, that's a quote.
Oh my god. But look, it's. I'm putting two and two together. The great enemy attacked us. She was here before he arrived. She was gone after. If you want to be brutal and cold about it, that's likely where she is.
With him?
That would be my guess.
I think it clicks for Roland at this point. He's like, he knows she helped kill. We need to get to that platform ASAP.
Look, I'll do my best to save you when you start plummeting to your death, but you need to understand that this is not the time to be using magic. This is coming
What other
from
way do we
someone
have?
I don't know. You were talking about to D'Artagnan about dragons and other creatures that can fly naturally.
Pegasus Knight, maybe? Can they fly that high?
I assume so. It's never really did altitude tests.
How far are we away from the city and Dagger headquarters?
That is quite a bit. That's like
God damn it, Dennis, why is everything so far away in this big ass city?
It's a big city.
Roll's gonna make his way outside and look for, I guess, any flying Pegasi.
Okay. You can, after a few minutes, you do see, it looks like there's about 5 of them that are still kind of doing some patrols up in the sky.
Down.
I will point out that they were just attacked by a dragon, so their attentions is almost entirely on the clouds. You would have to do something quite a...
How far away are they?
I'd say like a good 400 or 500 feet in the air.
How tall is Ashburn?
Can you please have a plan where Ashburn throws you at one of the Pegasus Knights and you miss?
And
Also, we're leaving this town in like 30 minutes.
Yep.
You can fly, right?
Well, he's based off of Sequoia as far as I'm concerned, so they're between 200 and 300 feet.
Perfect. Ashburn, can you give me a lift? I need to try and talk to one of those Pegasus Guardian Knight people. And the whole time he's just pointing and messaging and like, hello, can you hear me? Hello, come in, over.
Ashburn kind of creaks down to one knee and he's like, you wanted to talk to one of the knights in the sky?
Yes, please. I just need to get closer. I'm too far away down here.
All right. And then like a hand kind of slowly unfurls in front of you.
He hops in. Thank you.
Okay.
Gives the hand a little hug.
Ashburn rolls up to his kind of full height and like puts his hand in the air and then takes his sword, which is absolutely enormous, and just kind of waves it in like a, hey, pay attention to me, but really slow because he's a treant. So that's currently happening. I would say not long after that, you definitely get one of them that breaks off and from their kind of circular pattern to kind of investigate what's going on over here. Somewhat cautiously, obviously, and tries to stay out of sword range at the moment, but is rolling in to see what's up.
Matter illusion SOS. That's going
Oh my god.
on. You can't do the whole letters at once, so it's just a giant S and the giant O.
Save our ship in the middle of the sea. No.
So that absolutely gets his attention as he comes kind of flapping in and on the Pegasus. What is this? What do you need?
I need a ride.
This isn't a taxi service, and you have a treant.
This is a war zone, and I need. Listen, Cecilia's up there. Cecilia Gelatini.
She's up where?
And he's gonna point in the general direction where all the shit's going. Before I point this out, where was the death wall of like Pegasus Knights flying into bird zappers?
It was pretty much at the cloud level. As soon as they like breached where the clouds were, bad things were happening.
Okay. Roland would have asked D'Artagnan too if he would come with them for this whole purpose, and knowing that that's the cloud layer was there, he's like, I guess if we could rewind, he's gonna be like, do you think you can dispel a portion of that field so we can get through? If we can get up there?
I don't even know what that field is.
I imagine some sort of defiling magic.
I don't. Give me a persuasion at disadvantage.
Oh, rude. Also, Nenish, do you see my message for you on the map?
I do. Thank you. It's beautiful. I don't know how my sister hasn't banned you yet, but I appreciate
because it's to GM only. I can't. Wait, can you see it?
No. It's just I can't do anything about it even if I could, kind of thing. You know, like this is not my route. So it just...
Oh no, that's a 4.
Look, trust me. I appreciate the effort you're putting in to find my kin.
I don't think you understand. If we don't go up there and look for her and at least try something, Dreygoth is a vengeful bitch.
And he would kill you as soon as you got up there. You can't do this by yourself, even with the mighty treant friend. If you're gonna go breach his lair, you have to go full on. You won't get a second chance. I don't even know if you'll get the first. If I dispel anything, first off, that lets him know you're coming. Second, I'm spending magic that, honestly, the people here need.
Rob's like biting his tongue a little bit. You could see the look of the like, it's gonna save that much, make that big of a difference.
And to him saying that was hard because he wants to save Cecilia. It's just they have a greater responsibility that they have to adhere to. Look, normally I have no problem supporting any of your cockamamie ideas. And frankly, I think I may have encouraged him a bit too much in the past. But I don't have an answer.
I don't think any of us do.
We're just gonna have to, if she's still with us and you think she's up there, she's gonna have to hold out long enough for you guys to get there proper. Anything else is a waste of your lives and resources.
I feel like kind of at this point is where because I feel like he knew about the druid meeting. Well, he definitely knew about the druid, but that was definitely not on this forefront of his mind. He was thinking about the good party, who all else, and then like that's where like the aha moment comes in, where he's like, maybe if he knew a druid, he's like, wait a minute, I'm a dummy. And he'll just kind of like do the whole ears perked down thing, and like, okay, I think I know what we need to do next. Then, good luck.
I think the luck is with you, sir, but we'll do our best to keep the city from falling apart.
And for heaven's sakes, can you stop fighting your ancestral warpath people?
there's a bit of a reaction that he suppresses, part of likely his political training, but I assure you, it is not
Before he
something-
even says anything, he just gives fuck.
Yeah, he takes it and look. Do what you need to do. If there's anything within reason that we can do to help, let us know. Any information regarding Cecilia, obviously, we'd love to have. But we both have work to do. And he'll go back into his house and work on that. What is team going to the market looking for? I know Maya was saying that she was doing her lovely searching. Was anyone doing anything else outside of that?
Is the long parade of paladins around?
It's a parade.
That one seemed to be going through the north side of the city. I'd say you probably even caught one of the tail end of a patrol of them kind of going around. Because unfortunately, there's only so many bodies you can put on a cart before you have to return it, right? So that's essentially they're kind of doing laps where they're, trying to help people within certain sections. There's other guard kind of bastions in the streets that are being the lines being held. They're trying to basically give me a history check.
Un segundo, it's being slow. All right, I'm gonna give you a 0 here. Okay, we'll see it. Oh, not bad.
It's being slow. Okay, so there's basically a they're trying to section off certain areas of the city and declaring them safe and holding on to key sections. So you're seeing that kind of formulate as almost section by section, and then there's guard posts at intersections and stuff to prevent certain levels of traffic to keep those areas safe. So you're seeing it kind of being, I don't want to say cleansed, but at least pacified, block by block is essentially what you're seeing. But you don't see any paladins near to you at the moment, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, because his first reaction would have been, hey, maybe we can ask some of them if they've seen her. They might know.
Do you want to shout at them as they're going by?
We could do that.
Okay.
He's going to give them the electric company.
give me a performance check, please, because you're I imagine shouting down there.
The hey, you guy.
Nice.
Yeah.
The performance, you said? Okay.
Yes, please.
Ooh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's
Kit,
you gotta shout.
Better, Kelly.
Yeah, the mask in front of your face isn't doing you any favors. It's just hey, it's just being kind of absorbed by it. But they don't return. They seem focused on the immediate area. It's going to take a lot to get them to look up.
All right. Yeah, I don't think he'd try again. I think he'd realize it and go, no, they're working. Okay, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Anyone else doing anything before you get there?
Ravai is full, hoping to help people on the way as well. So if there are any baddies that are doing some things that she's not quite happy with or whatever, then she's gonna ask the treants to step on them or something. If it needs more of a surgical thing, she'll be like, keep walking, and I'm gonna stab him to death, and then I'm gonna hit you right back on and stuff. We're gonna catch up again, it's fine. But yeah, the intention is to help on the way.
Sure. I'll say you can.
Oh,
sorry.
I was just gonna say, hey, Foos, if you want, Revaya could totally ride Phoebe and dive bomb people with flowers.
How the hell? Oh, you're a giant eagle. I don't know why. I thought you were a regular eagle, and I was like, how in the world would that even work?
Without the wild shit.
Yeah, that's why I was like, she's just a regular bird, and it's like, I'm gonna help you. Like, what? No, yeah, that could absolutely work. We could tag team a little bit, if necessary.
Okay, yeah, we could absolutely get that going. Helping on the way shouldn't be too big of a deal. I think the vast majority of creatures do not want to mess with a 100+ tall ent treant walking through the area, and especially one as powerful as Snowfur. Snowfur is also helping, assisting, giving good berries, kind of stuff like that on the way over to those who need it. So I will say you are definitely making it a slightly better place on your way over. But a half hour passes relatively quickly, and you are back at the meat market. Where as you come by, you see the well, you see the demon guard who's disguised as like a
Yep.
big kind of brawler, just stomping out another like a skeleton and like kicking its head down the street. Oh, and he's just rolling his shoulders out, looking excited. But then sees the tree around the corner and you. Yes, Your Highness, ma'am. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for Cecilia, the paladin. She left before all this happened. Have you seen her?
The oh no, yeah, no, the cheer lady. Yeah, no. No, she left. She seemed upset, really upset.
She left from this door, right?
Yeah, she left and went out towards her house.
All right, so she's gonna get on the ground with Zolanini, and I know it's chaos. There are people running around, and skellies and doing some crazy shit or whatever. But they're gonna do their best to see if she can find any tracks.
All right,
with
survival
Zolanini.
at severe disadvantage.
I'm doing it with my boy.
You said
so
that
is
in character
flat
for
roll?
a second.
Oh. Sorry, hold on. Nubs got up and he was very sleepy, but I guess he just really had to scratch his chin. So he got up and started scratching his chin, and I was like, "You're off balance." And then he just like fell while he was scratching, just like staring me in the eye the whole time. But I was worried his head was going to hit the table. Thankfully, it did not. But he flopped like a dingus. All right, yeah. But Solanini's helping me. So is it flat or is it still disadvantage?
It's still disadvantage. It's people have been running through here. There's silt and shit covering everything.
I figured I'd try. It's okay, man. That's what you That's for you. If it was a flat roll, it would have been 28. But you know, it's okay.
But it's okay. It's really... Get yourself a sister. She can guilt trip the hell out of you.
Yeah, because normally how it goes is if you get advantage at disadvantage, it flattens into a regular roll, but that just is like fuck your advantage for working with your buddy that you track things with. It's a disadvantage.
Don't let her manipulate you.
No,
She
it's
also could have made someone with reliable talent and had a minimum that was made this irrelevant. Some people made better choices.
Imposter. It is an imposter.
The
Fuck Rogue,
day
get
I
out of
play
here.
a
You can play Rogue all you want. It's not for me.
Okay. All tension aside, you unfortunately are having a hard time. It's a disaster. It is.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to track anything in this particular situation. On top of the fact that this is a city situation, so it's even worse. Like if it was in the forest, it's like okay, maybe I can get a footprint here or there, or maybe I can get invitations or talk to a bush or something. But it's just not an option here, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Knowing that we basically took the path from there, from the Gelatini man place to this in like a direct line, assuming she would kind of take a similar route. There was nothing along the way that would otherwise indicate she might have been around there.
Correct. And I would have told you if you would have seen anything in that particular. You guys were actively searching, so I kind of honored that. You didn't see anything that was a hint that she was there at all.
Yeah. All right. Fantastic. That helps fucking nothing. Okay, cool. Because I can't do other things at the moment. All right. I think she will. The treants were saying that they can get them to the druids pretty much instantly, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think what she's gonna do is kind of, I guess, help the environment as much as she can until it's about that time, because they can get them there very quickly. Otherwise,
Okay. Roll me 2 d20s.
Sure.
Okay. I imagine the other two are helping you. So with the combination of you guys kind of rolling around, you and the fact that the demons held their own has made this marketplace somewhat safer than it maybe should have been.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you are able to kind of go around and let's say help a few people who've been injured, get them to kind of some of the guard outposts you've seen prior to on the way over. Possibly even engage in some of the skeletons that are around, which are not any kind of challenge for you guys, especially at strength. So we'll say you cleaned up the area quite a bit, and this place is probably considerably safer than it was before, and it helps the guards kind of lock this section down as well. So the Market Square area is safer because of it. Uh, but all right, so I will say at this point you can continue going, but Ashburn and Snowfur would definitely insist that it is time to go meet.
Yeah. As soon as they say or like are mentioning that it's likely
Okay.
we're getting at that time, then yeah, she'll absolutely kind of pull back and be ready to go.
Gotcha. Short rest. What is that? 15. You guys were talking.
An hour?
Yeah, I'm trying to see
I don't-
if
I
Golden
don't-
had. I think
Oh, okay.
you would have enough time. That's close.
I mean, we haven't exactly been doing light activity.
Yeah, that too. But he was saying he was
But
going to go back
before we-
specific study.
Before we warp away, I did want to circle back to a thing, but
Sure. What you
we're
got?
having lovely RP stuff about finding missing individuals. But then we cut back to the team that had been waiting while they had that lovely RP stuff. No, I just needed some paper and writing materials to do a thing, and I also needed to talk to the magical Gelatini and the sword Gelatini.
Okay. D'Artagnan would be the person that took seat for both, so he would happily. What it just gets you like a stack of really high quality vellum with some very good ink and do you need a quill as well?
Hold on. Yes, please. I was just double checking if I bothered to write down that I had a pen. I probably do. It doesn't matter.
I just, in my head, I pictured him opening a purse and just rummaging through it, you know?
Class one.
Yes. So I will get that, and I'm gonna start working on sketching out some designs and doing some math. Essentially, basically, I'm looking at this wingsuit I have and seeing what can be done to make it completely non-magical.
Okay. Very, very
And then I'm
cool.
starting to do some math on standard siege trebuchets and whether or not they're strong enough to get a bitch high enough to then glide to this thing. And if not, how big do you need to go? So that's what I'm working on there. But as I'm doing that, I wanted to talk to him.
That is knives.
There's a lot happening, and you're directly helping the people of the city at the moment. But gathering Waterdeep's leaders, and beyond that, the leaders of the major places, Neverwinter, Luskan, if they'll agree, everyone who can be gathered is essential. I don't know what power you have to bring them together, literally, magically, but I imagine you at least have the influence to start that conversation.
Agreed. My brother has already contacted Neverwinter. I believe they are sending aid ships. Last I checked. In regards to Luskin, unfortunately, they would probably just loot the city, so we're going to keep them out of it for now.
They are a long shot, but one would hope that the right threat would make anyone behave. I don't know how quickly we can get all of those necessary to assemble to... I mean, the machinations of politics move so slowly, but they must begin to turn.
I agree. There's been attempts to get Lariel on communication in terms of whether has orders or what's going on. It's been difficult to reach them. I haven't been able to. They haven't responded to any of my sendings. I'm not sure if that was due to magical fluctuations or them going radio silent for their own. Look, if they sent assassins for us, I imagine they sent them for them. So, in addition to finding them, we're also going to have to verify that they are not. They are who they say they are.
Waterdeep is its own mess as far as leadership, and that struggle must be made, but perhaps the more practical thing is to reach out and get the other major civilizations to assemble their leadership. I don't know how quickly that can be done.
I'll see if there's another one of the... I think Lyra was the only Lord's Alliance member in Waterdeep, if my memory serves. What's that guy with the funny last name in Neverwinter?
Dilly Dally.
Starts with a D. Never remember. What's his first name? I met him
Dave.
a decade ago. It is not Dave.
Darnacuddy.
That
Damascus.
Who educated this man? Did you educate him?
It is polite to refrain from saying negative things.
A man of discretion. Are you sure you're with the avant-garde?
He's a different division.
When need serves, I am with whomever will accomplish the task at hand. And right now, anyone willing to stand up and do anything against these forces is the right person. There's very little off the table.
Look, I'm ecstatic to see that somebody might actually be a positive influence on Roland, so please stay with him as long as you can. I promise you I will do what I can to get a hold of Never Remember. Is Daggolt. That's what it was. Daggolt Never Remember. Whew. Don't forget anything here. We'll get that going.
If possible, if they'll agree to it, gather them here. Few words can say as much as witnessing this.
That's a tough sell. You want me to get a lord of trade over here? Little. All right. Look, you're not wrong, but I
make no demands, only observations. My lot has always been to execute the plans of those with greater influence.
This is going to require more vellum. All right, yeah. He walks into his study and just sits down, gets out the fancy ink, gets out the gelatini.
I'll help him workshop the language if he's going to be writing some missives.
Yeah.
I'll keep working on my schematic nonsense and then see what I can help him come up with to whatever aid I can be.
Sounds good. Give me an intelligence check just for the general concept of the trebuchet.
Why use a trebuchet when you got two giants in fucking what you call it in the front yard?
They're not gonna be here forever, is why.
Yeah. Are you also? Did you make mention of this to D'Artagnan?
I would explain what I'm doing.
Okay.
Because we need to get up there. Yeah.
All right. I say he would probably roll with you. Because he's more interested in your plan than he is.
Get out of here. My plan's sound.
I disagree. This man is the only practical person I've found. All your people with your understandable influences of emotions and caring about individuals.
I love the understandable.
This is war for bulk. We don't got time.
Yep. Oh, I put the apostrophe in there. That's why I didn't. Okay, hold on one sec. No, I don't want to see me through. I just want to roll. Okay. So yeah, he would have the counterbalance has to be a little bit heavier. You need high tension rope over there, and if it's for individuals, it's probably better if you have a smaller basket for better aerodynamic, less drag when you're launching the people.
Oh, that's a fair point. It's working off an existing schematic when they're aiming to throw boulders. At that point, we don't even need a full bucket. If you have a more of a basket, a grill sort of let air pass through it.
If you could put a spin on the person, they'd probably fly better too.
Well, of course.
I heard that's why golf balls are dimpled.
Gyroscopic motion stabilizes an object in flight. That makes perfect sense. Now, how would one accomplish that? I mean, I suppose if you've got a trebuchet that throws sideways rather than over the top might be able to accomplish such a feat.
I've seen
putting the basket on a
schematics.
rotary position.
Dwarves have that in their hulls. They're sideways mounted to launch things down their hallways.
God. It's not often, but when needs must, there are times when I regret not being a dwarf. It has never been my true calling, but in the over the course of the trajectory of my career, it became necessary to pick up some mechanical knowledge, and I found a knack and a liking for it, but it's not natural to my own thinking.
They are great people, no doubt about that. All right, so he's going to help you design that kind of thing. Give me a roll with your Tinker Tools, whatever that is, just as a kind of workshop thing for the cape that I'm flapping like an idiot for, to kind of help you put that together, because you actually have the cape, so you can be like, oh, if I do this, and that, it'll help.
Just double checking if I have some sort of bonus with tools, because I never remember. Proficiency with tools. Sure. Okay, no, it's not. They're a different artificer gets those, but I am proficient. It's not nothing.
Okay.
What attribute would you like to assign to this? I'm guessing intelligence?
I imagine intelligence, right? That's... Yeah. Hey, there you go. Hell yeah.
I mean, reliable talent's doing the heavy lifting.
It is.
That's all right.
So you are... You've gotten a pretty good idea of like how to increase airflow in there, get some more lift, despite the fact that you've got some relatively dense folk in terms of like muscle mass and stuff that you need to do. Your biggest concern is probably going to be Zolan, who is for all intents and purposes a stone, and you would really need like an exceptionally long wingsuit or just straight up wings to do it.
I'm gonna do some math on the flight time, and if it's under a certain threshold, I'm gonna go, I can shove that guy in a bag of holding. That's fine.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
I'm gonna sidestep that issue at all possible.
Sounds good. Okay, I will say that you have, I'd probably say at least like 33% of the research done on your cape, just on this hour of you just like, oh, okay, the math is lining up. You're gonna have to do some like trials and testing and stuff like that. But the general like intellectual planning part of it, I would say, is done. It's just a matter of like refining the technique essentially.
Well, you know, timelines are strict, so we might skip past crash test dummies and go straight to human testing if it comes down to it. But we have the basis of an idea.
Okay.
And I've got somebody who, with boots on the ground politically, to try and get those forces in motion.
Yes.
The best part of that is there are no humans in this party. Well, I'll take that back. There's one human in this party.
But yeah, he'll also let you know that he has an excellent source of lumber for your trebuchets. He has them for ships and elements of his shipping and stuff like that. So if you need lumber, that's not a problem. He can get that. So your stuff on that is squared away. I think I'll leave it here because then we'll come back next week and you guys will go over to your druid meeting and try to figure out what's going on there. If there's anything I missed, let me know. In terms of like, oh, I wanted to do this or XYZ, that's not a problemo. But we will come back, revisit this next Friday.
Dennis, I just want to point out,
though, is Quinn going to be my test subject since I said human testing?
If Quinn's down for it, yeah.
I'm just saying, to his point, you're half a paladin, which just makes you a pal. You want to help me out?
Oh my god.
I will say Kitendo does have a history of launching people into cityscapes, so that is for those of you who watch us play Baldur's Gate.
For some reason, I'm more violent in Baldur's Gate. I'm a lot more calm in this one.
Yeah. Unhinged in Baldur's Gate. But anywho, Foozca, I don't know if you want to raid somebody. I don't know what Fooz's doing. Fooz's chilling.
Always. I'm so fucking sleepy.
You have your sister in a blanket.
I do.
It's a cooling blanket. I'm hot, so this side's keeping me cool.
She's sleepy.
That's it.
It's Friday. It's
I'm very sleepy though. We did stay up late. Then I was staying up late to do other things at the same time, so I didn't get the whole lot of sleep. And it's been a long week. So I do have someone ready to raid. So I wasn't sure when you were going to be ready, and I was like, let me get a few backups just in case. I was
Thank you for
proactive. But we're gonna go raid Duke Mafum. I don't know how to say it, but I do recognize some of the streamers. They were on another channel that we rated, I think, last week. So I was like, hey, you know what? We know some of them, so let's go do that and say hello. I don't know if we rated this particular channel, but some elements of it seem familiar. So maybe I rated it on another channel. Don't remember. We're gonna do that. And then we're back tomorrow for Difficult Terrain, and then we're back Sunday for Power Rangers. So yay!
Yes. Yep.
I'm very tired. Don't mind me. Dennis, thank you for being awesome. We're gonna go say goodbye, and we're gonna go read. So have a good night.
Good
Bye.
night. Oh no.
What'd you say?